I got water. Oh, I kind of want some coffee. I'm tired. The low cals, man, they're starting to do work on me the last few days. Maybe I'll take a break halfway through for coffee. Alright. So here it is, man. Here's the tier list. We did all the games. Almost. Lead up to this. I'm just gonna throw stuff on here and then we're gonna adjust and go back through it. I'll talk individually about each game a bit. Some of these are gonna be hazy. Kirby is a series where everything's really fucking similar, so they're gonna run together a lot, especially if I haven't played it in over a year, because that's enough to really muddle your memory with Kirby. Some of them a little bit more memorable, but it's been like over 10 years, like Air Ride. If I was really going hard, we were doing like some kind of YouTube video, I would replay Air Ride, but we're not. We're just having a discussion. I remember it enough. I've watched it on it recently. Played it a lot back then, so. Mostly everything else. I think Dreamland 64, Dreamland 2, and the original adventure I hadn't played in over a year. But other than that, we did them all in this event, really. Like I said, for anybody fresh in here, I still want to do Rainbow Curse. I had a physical copy of it, it just didn't work. I'm not paying $40 to do a digital version of a game that's not supposed to be that good. If I was making a bunch of money from the stream or something, I guess, or I was just a rich man in general, you know, like we could, you know, that this would be this big thing, then okay, but this is just for me, right? So I can't justify spending $40 on a possibly shit game that's 10 years old. So I'll try to find a used version, or if they ever put that fucker on sale, because you know they are closing the shop within a year. You think everything would be cheap. Yeah, I like Dreamland. I like the simplicity of it. But it also, well, we'll get into it. Don't get me started. I mean, go ahead, say what you want. I'd love for this to be a discussion. If you guys got personal tier lists, we've done tier lists in the past, which we haven't done many, only recently. We'll go back through it. I'll ask what you guys think of certain things, what you would do different, or just when we're talking about the games, by all means. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's gonna close and then everybody's gonna buy everything on it. They'll discount it like 10%. I should have rented it a long time ago. I mean, I sent them a thing to see if they could give me another one, but I honestly think I have the only copy Gamefly has. Because nobody but me is fucking going out and playing like Rainbow Cruise. But we'll see. Oh, Epic Yarn. I haven't played Epic Yarn in a while either. Yeah, no, I mean, Nintendo's fucked. I mean, like I said, it's a $40 game right now. It released at $50, 10 years ago almost. They're getting really good at, yeah, draining people dry. I mean, they've always done it when it comes to sales. Other M was full price in like Walmarts and stuff, and online. Up until like 5 years ago, I could still find it there for full price. Other M. Just weird, man. Yeah. From's bad about that too. Dark Souls remastered is like full price. On sale it's still like $40 or something. Anyways. Turn it down a little bit. Anyways, I plan on playing it. I want to play it officially, but maybe we'll be playing it in a week. Maybe we'll be playing it in years. I don't know. I'll keep an eye out. Kirby Fighters 2, the reason we're not doing that is it's $20 and it's like a Smash thing, and I don't want to spend $20 on a Smash clone. Apparently it's got a story mode that's not horrible. I could spend $20 on a lot of shit. I bought stuff for this event, but it was more like $10 or less. 20's starting to get into like a range. I'm like, eh. I mean, I say that, but then I go out and spend like $10 on food. I got down, dude. Really? Shit, dude. Yeah, man. Console sales, especially Nintendo, are just bad. Yeah, that's my thing, is like $20 on crosscode for the Switch. It's like $20 for Kirby Fighters 2. Because why am I playing Kirby Fighters 2? Am I really that interested in it? Like, you know, I play a lot of stuff. I can make myself interested enough. Give something a chance. But like, I'm not gonna lie, the main reason I would even get it is to just have played them all and to form an opinion about it and see if it was interesting, if it was good. It'd just be kind of like a, maybe it's okay kind of thing. Like, we'll give it a shot. That's not $20 reasoning. So. Do it, coward. No way, dude. I'll spend that. I need to buy an SD card. That's what I need to do. Yeah. For me, it's not even exactly about money's worth. It's just... these games just don't seem good enough to spend a lot of money on, right? Like, Mass Attack, I think, was worth $10. Kirby Fighters 2, Rainbow Curse did not seem worth $40 and $20. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of my thing, is it's about quality as much as time. Or more than, I mean, quality matters more than time for me, but, you know, I don't have some kind of crazy integrity I've got to uphold here. I've got to play them, you know. If this was, you know, like I said, some Gigano YouTube channel and I was doing a massive video, then it wouldn't be right to skip them. But we're just, I mean, I'm just doing it for me. We're just discussing the series. I think we've played everything, other than Rainbow Curse, really. Fighters 2, I mean, I don't know. We'll give it a go at some point. I plan on doing them still. We can attach them on here, but I've done the meat. So we've done the meat of the Kirby series. All the mainline ones. Most of the spin-offs. Of value. A lot of the shit. So this is the time while they're fresh in my mind. If I waited like weeks, oh man, that'd just be bad. Okay, let's get started on them. New battery. Yeah. I don't even have batteries for most of my controllers. The 360, why are those Xbox One controllers? I just plug them in. Normal batteries are too fucking expensive. I forgot my straw for my water. Alright. Anyways, so these on the bottom are ports. We can go over them real quick. Their ports are just different versions, right? Team Kirby Clash Deluxe is Super Kirby Clash Deluxe with less content. And it's on the 3DS, it's free to play. It's all the same shit. I watched a little a quick playthrough of it, like a speedrun. On 2X, and it's the same shit. You stop at like a third of the way in at the 4 dragons, and that's it. So I'm not playing that. But, I mean, we played it. That's just being arbitrarily completionist about shit. Kirby's extra epic yarn. From what I understand, there's some extra stuff on there, but it's pretty much the same game for the most part. Like, Like be like some light deal. I imagine like DLC's worth of stuff. It's on the 3DS instead of the Wii. To me, that's just not really a thing, right? Same with Superstar. This one maybe be more worth it because of the art style, slight differences there, but Superstar Ultra's the same thing, gameplay wise and more. I was looking that up quite a bit before I played Ultra, and everybody's like, yeah, this is the best one, so. Extra epic yarn worse? I mean, I imagine controlling it's more of a pain in the ass. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, like I said, if I was really going hardcore, like I really was wanting to make a insane, you know, this was a spur of the moment thing, right? If I was wanting to go fucking balls deep crazy mode, yeah, we'd get every version. I'd be compiling like differences and really going deep, but I just want to do this for me. I was curious about the series. It's fun to talk about on stream. If it was for some kind of produced content, you know, I'd have to go harder, but it's more casual here. It's more for fun. Not that I'm not putting an effort to formulate any opinions here, but I mean, I don't care that much about the Kirby series to drop a bazillion extra bucks and do all these extra games that are just absolutely no difference. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather just play Epic Yarn again at that point, but anyway, so that's the reason of these bottom ones here. Hopefully this is actually everything. This is not, I didn't make this. This is some dude made this, and I added these two in here. So anyways, let's get started on it. Dreamland 1. I don't know. Dreamland 1. So, let me down butter building. The important things about Dreamland 1. So, okay, the negatives. I don't think Dreamland, or for the most part, almost any Kirby game feels that fun to play. The floaty controls, the puffing, the stage design really not like being super great with a lot of that. Kind of just oh, it's gonna be a while. Yeah, I played at least 3-4 plus hours. Yeah, I just don't think it's like a super fun platformer. It just doesn't feel awesome to play. Like the jumps don't feel fun. It's like, you know, these short little hops and having to like fucking, you know, blow the air out to do anything. It just feels kind of eh. But the strong part about Dreamland is the presentation and stuff, man. The music's great. Pretty much all the music from the series on takes from either Dreamland or Adventure. And okay, this is too much, man. I can barely think straight. We need like chill epic Heron music. And so it's created some really iconic shit. I think it's a lot, the little skits are fun with Kirby, you know, the bosses are fun and really expressive for Game Boy. The music's really cool. The idea of this like kind of infinite floaty guy that sucks up people and shoots them out was I could respect it at the time, and I think a lot of the presentation still shines through today more than most of the games in the series. And if anything, we'll get into it later when we have the final thoughts on the series. That really the charm of the series has dropped, and people generally play this series for the charm, but I say go back and play Dreamland, go back and play Dreamland 3 and 2 and Adventure, and some of those early ones, some of the spin-offs, they had a lot more charm and a lot more personality, and they've really sterilized them a bit. Not as bad as like a new Super Mario Bros. Type of thing, but or Paper Mario, but they've definitely removed a bit, and I feel like that's the most important part of these when you go back. Yeah. Another thing with Dreamland 1 is the level design is like, I mean, like I said, the gameplay's not super fun or rewarding, but on top of that, the level design really doesn't even like You can just fly over everything. They start to change that later, you know, remove how much you can float, have the levels have a bit more hazards maybe on the top and stuff. So you can kind of cheese shit, so you have to decide like not to, and it's fun enough to run through. It's also an extremely short game. It's like less than an hour or something. Those are a secret ending in Dreamland 1. So, let's start Dreamland. I kind of want to put it like, so within each tier, this is how I do it. We'll rate them against each other. So like if I put Dreamland 3 here, and I liked it better than Dreamland 1, we'd put that. We would do that. Just a little extra, right? That usually doesn't take long. But let's put Dreamland on B for now. Yeah. It's fun. I really like the presentation and stuff. I would consider putting it in an A. So this is for the Kirby series, by the way. I'm rating them against each other. This is not... I don't think Dreamland is a B game. I don't think a lot of the... this is just against each other, right? Pure comparison, contrast. Maybe Dreamland would be a B game. I don't even like the idea of these because you could compare them to other things. I'm purely talking 5 categories against each other. Yeah, we'll put that there for now. It might end up as an A later, but yeah, it's not terribly fun. It's gameplay wise just too forgettable. It's all in the presentation. I mean, not having powers does mean that some of the bosses you do have to learn, and they're kind of impressive, like DDD. There's some fun dodging and like picking up stars and shooting it at them and stuff. And I think the rest of the series, when you get into the powers, starts to have pretty shitty bosses sometimes. So I don't know. This one might go up, but we're just gonna set it there for now. Crystal Shards, pop that in S. I like the experimental power system. It was them trying to actually like evolve it a bit. The platforming and level design. There's a lot more going on visually. Playing with the camera a bit more. The music, best soundtrack in the series, or damn well close to it. I like that old simple N64 graphics. I think it worked with Kirby really well. Each stage is like almost like a completely different visual style. And that's something I'm going to mention a lot, I think, in the series, is that the presentation's really big, because I honestly don't think the gameplay in most Kirby games is very good. It's just okay, and I think the presentation and how they spice that up through visuals or through just level design is huge. And I think stuff like, you know, Triple Deluxe doesn't do that, so it's really boring, even though it's the same fucking gameplay as most of them. But then Crystal Shards, you know, or Robobot, which has similar gameplay. Well, they both mix it up a bit, but they have really good level design presentation. So yeah, it was a fun experimental thing. You don't use each power all that much because there's so many combos, but it's a fun thing to run through. And it wasn't bloated with like too many enemies or too much wacky infinite platforming shit. It was generally pretty fun just to go through. I would like to do a replay of it at some point. Personally, one of my favorite ones. I probably have a soft spot for the visual style. I mean, it's very colorful. That colorful N64 games with the simple, you know, simple models and stuff, polygons is it's an art style I just kind of like. But I think it's got a lot of other cool stuff going on too. We're just kind of going in order of these. I guess that's fine. I'll just grab random shit, maybe. Well, we could go through the series order, but so maybe we should do some of that. I guess Dreamland 2. Where's Dreamland 2? Dreamland 2 is like a... I like it less than Dreamland, I think. I like the friends. I like the charm that they have with each other. The little cutscenes. I like how they are a cool way to try to mix up the powers. You're sucking in powers. Yeah, I'm just going kind of in order in the Dreamlands. We'll just do the old ones and then kind of work our way to the new ones. It doesn't have to be exact. I'll try to be better about it, but like I don't know when Amazing Mirror came out compared to like Air Ride or something, so I'm not gonna worry that much about it. But yeah, Adventure came out second, and then Dreamland 2, and then Superstar, and then Dreamland 3. We'll do Adventure next. Yeah. Anyways, Dreamland 2, where it tries to mix up the powers is that when you're on your friend, they have their own power depending on what you sucked up already. They also control very differently and are used in different gimmicks. I think that's cool. It kind of has this problem though, just like with the powers, where if you get hit or if you don't have a very specific guy, you can't do certain side content. Oh, I lost my minion. Oh, I lost the fucking power. So a lot of the time, you're kind of just like, you do get to use them and experiment with them, but since the game's so short, and it's very easy to kind of lose everybody, you never really get to go super hard on any of those combinations. There's never these really awesome sections where you're just on Rick and you're doing a Rick level and with this combo, and you know, they just don't explore, and this is a problem with a lot of the series, they just don't explore powers enough. Until Forgotten Land and maybe Return to Dreamland, some of its side content, they just, if you go out of your way, they have some content to explore powers specifically, but for the most part, it's just kind of like freestyle, and that's not inherently bad, but it creates this thing where there's just not these very rewarding or interesting like levels a lot of the time, you know. I mean, look at something like Donkey Kong Country. It doesn't even have that many abilities, but they explore the simple jumping and cannons and carts and stuff to like a crazy extent that most of the levels are really fun and interesting. But Kirby doesn't explore any of those, and it has way crazier stuff in it. So Kirby it's a lot of it's about level design because they never changed the gameplay, and that's another reason where Dreamland 2 for me fails. I hate most of the level design. Auto scrollers non-stop, big, long, just drawn out, like not mazes, but just kind of winding auto scroller things, underwater stuff. It's just not. For such a short game, it's kind of a slog. Like I said, I like conceptually where they're going with the creatures and how that mixes up the power usage instead of adding actual depth to the powers. But I don't know, if you could like maybe have your friends on tap easier, hold on to your powers a little longer, maybe just make levels designed around the friends and specifically when they do, but then you lose them and then they're really boring. But just, you know, let you just stay on them and have a level just designed around them completely. Would just be more rewarding, be more fun. They could explore more things. It wouldn't make it like more difficult or anything. It'd just be more interesting. It'd spice it up. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, a lot of really good, yeah, modern platformers. Rayman does that. They do like really cool things to spice it up, like rhythm levels, or they'll just explore like a new power and you just get to do stuff around it, and it's really well thought out and fun. And like I said, the Donkey Kong games do it, especially the new ones. A lot of good platformers do it. I mean, it's not like it's a necessity. You can have just a freestyle platformer thing like with Kirby, but like I said, the underlying mechanics I just don't think are fun enough in the series. That the freestyle is as cool as it should be. I'd almost rather them have some more just like thought out areas for power usage. Or just tighten things up, I don't know. Yeah, Rayman Legends and Origins are awesome. Some of my favorite 2D platformers. I haven't played the original Rayman, I've played 2. I mean, that's 3D. But yeah. Yeah, I love the music levels. Just good games, a lot of content, fun 100%. I never wanted 100% Dreamland 2, right? I was like, okay, we're done, you know? So yeah, I think Dreamland, while it doesn't have as much going on mechanically, has much tighter bosses, a bit tighter level design, a simple concept that kind of just works, where Dreamland 2 kind of reminds me of like Dragon Quest 2, where they kind of just bloat it out a bit, but then kind of mess up and don't like change enough of the systems or design enough of the levels and stuff, or adapt it to all this new shit. I guess it's not like Dragon Quest 2 at all. Dragon Quest 2's problem was that it's the exact same shit as Dragon Quest 1, but they blew it up so big without changing like how travel works or some of the combat and menus work that it's just a fucking pain to play. It's tedious with all the sailing. Yeah. Dreamland 2 is not exactly like that, but they try to innovate in it, but I guess it's the opposite. Dragon Quest 2 tries to go bigger with the world, where Dreamland 2 does the opposite. They try to go bigger in mechanics, but they needed to have better level design, so it's inverse. Anyways, weird comparison there. So I guess we'll do adventure. I do need like a drink in a minute then. I guess adventure would be an A. Dreamlands would be. I gotta start putting some of these together though, because right now some of these are just like, oh, I like this one better than this one better than this one. When we put more on here, these might change. Dreamland might be a B. Dreamland 2 might be a B, but adventure, just like Dreamland, great presentation. Half of the shit in Dreamland and Adventure you see throughout the whole series, including the powers gimmick, which I mean at the time would be extremely impressive. You know, whoa, hey, look at this, you can soak up people and you get all these cool powers, and it's got a reason to not be super crispy on the gameplay side of things, but I mean it's still funny enough, it still plays pretty much like every other fucking Kirby game in the series, so down to the exactly how the powers work. It's the simple power system. You just press a button and it does something. There's not a bunch of combos or anything you can do, or multi-inputs. But the powers thing is cool. It looks really good for an NES game. Really crispy, nice colors. The sprites look nice. You know, you could tell somebody, "Whoa, this is on the SNES or something." Like, maybe they'd believe it. You know, Game Boy Color. I mean, Game Boy Color is probably not the best example, but looks really good for NES. He's pink, which is cool. That's where you see him pink. A bit more iconic than just, you know, white Kirby. Yeah. The powers are fun. I think the world map's cool. It's got a cool visual style with all the stars and the space thing kind of going on. It definitely fleshes out Kirby into what you know him as today. I mean, Kirby's Dreamland is pulled from for most of the games, but I'd say Kirby's Adventure is like, you know, that's the Kirby formula forever, right? Some of the shit in Kirby's Adventure works almost the same way in Forgotten Land, so it is influential, and I think it's solid. You know, not even just talking about its influence. Yeah, it's clean. I think it's got pretty solid level design. It's a short game again. It's got the cool little hidden final boss. Good visual variety, good music. The color does a lot for the presentation, and then it's fun just messing with the powers. If you've not played many Kirby games, right? On its own in a bubble, it's neat. I still think it has that issue like Dreamland 2, where the platforming is really just not that fun. Floating around, just doesn't have much momentum or weight to it. It just kind of feels, you're just kind of floating. You're just blowing yourself up, and it's just not really that interesting as a platforming game. But on the flip side, the brawler combat is more interesting than Dreamland, which is just shooting stars, right? So that makes it a better game, because I mean you essentially get Dreamland's mechanics plus more, plus better level design, plus better visuals. So, I mean, I guess Dreamland 2 did have the powers as well. I guess we should have started with Adventure after Dreamland, but yeah, I don't think it mixed up stuff enough. So, anyways, I think it's pretty good. We could talk about its remake. I mean, I guess I have to put it here. This is one of the few remasters I played. It's a remake of Adventure. It looks maybe a little nicer. It's not as impressive for its time because, you know, NES, it looked really good for NES, or Nightmare and Dreamland looked fine for Game Boy Advance, right? It lets you get to the hidden boss without doing anything extra, which is kind of cool. Other than that, it was an hour-and-a-half long game. It's Kirby. I mean, it's Kirby's Adventure. It's the same pluses I have. The differences are minimal, other than, like I said, the getting the boss. There might be some mini games I don't even remember, so that just kind of goes there. I was originally not even going to play that because it is a different version, but I was like, eh, fuck it, it's an hour long. We'll run through it for shits, right? And I hadn't played Adventure in like a year, so a lot of what I'm talking about with Kirby's Adventure is coming from Dreamland. Alright, let's do Dreamland 3 and then I'm gonna get a drink. Oh, we could go, well, yeah, we'll do Dreamland 3 because we can compare it, and then we'll get into some of the spin-off. On the NES and the Game Boy and shit, and SNES and all that. And then we'll move into the next. We already did an N64 game, but we'll do these in like phases. So Dreamland 3. Oh wait, Superstar came out before this. Let's do Superstar. I think there's a better way to talk about it, because my problems with Dreamland 3 stem from Superstar existing. So Superstar Ultra, I would put this as one of the top games in the series. Originally, I wasn't so big on it before this event, because honestly, at the end of the day, I just don't think, like I said, the Kirby gameplay is all that fun. But after having played the whole series, I can compare it to all the other ones and say, yes, it is one of the best Kirby games. And overall, I would say it's a good game. It's solid. I don't ever want to replay it, but it's a solid game, right? Especially compared to the rest of the series. So, it takes all the powers, you know, adds so much depth to them. There's so much more. Yeah, A-tier game. Yeah, the music's great in it. They do some original music in there, or just some remixes that are really nice. Visually, it looks great. A lot of personality. You're getting little stories. You're getting very expressive characters. They're fleshing out. You know, they got like fucking the Meta Knight's Revenge, which is really cool, and the little Star Fox things going on. You're getting like a world map deal. You know, all these different little sub games with the Kirby gameplay where they're mixing things up, playing on the level design. You know. Oh, in this one you could use any power you want. There's a world map, and this one it's a timed boss thing, you know. And that's kind of, like I said, what Kirby kind of needs is spicy level design and variety, because the core mechanics aren't that good. But Superstar actually does build on the core mechanics a lot, right? Instead of just one button does something, it's each ability has like, you know, 12 different moves or something. You know, you can press up B, down up B, and it'll do something. Mid-air stuff, and it's just what you'd expect from a sequel, right? It builds on the powers and goes harder on them, lets you do more crazy shit. Does it design levels around them? Really, not really. So it does have that problem, but where it makes up for it is in that, you know, each power is so much more crazy. The freestyling is a bit more fun on that front, and the levels are spicy enough that it facilitates. You know, you're not that worried about not having a particular challenge just because you're interested in what's happening in the background. So it's cool just to fuck around. I played through most of the game with like Cutter. It has the partner system. I did barely use that, but it exists. Specifically, Ultra has a lot of extra content. A Meta Knight mode, which he's really fun to play. A Redux version of Spring Breeze. Another arena, which I didn't bother with the arenas because I don't really care about doing boss rush. But we did everything else. So just a clean game. It's fun. It builds on the Kirby formula in a cool way. And it's got spicy enough presentation and level design that even though it's not focused on the powers specifically it's fun just to mess around. It has the sandboxy kind of power play. It does it well. So that gets me to Dreamland 3. It doesn't do that. It doesn't do any of that. It goes back to Dreamland 2. It goes back to Kirby's Adventure. And I don't get why. And this is going to be a problem with the series as we go. Okay, so I think Dreamland 3 is better than Dreamland 2, but I don't think it's a godly game. I mean, technically it's better than Adventure. Not for the time, though. So yeah, my problem with Dreamland 3 comes from is that Superstar came out, and it improved all the powers, did way more interesting things with levels, and then Dreamland 3 comes around and they're like, no, we're gonna go back. Yeah, that does have some, and there is some, yeah, and there is some in all of the games. It's just usually, kind of relegated to like a side stuff, which is fine. I liked it more in like Forgotten Land where it takes center stage, or it's more there. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, the level design's just better than Superstar, for sure. I agree. I can't think of many parts like that aren't just like lock and key situations in like Dreamland 2, right? Oh, come back with this power here, you press it once, and then you get the button or the star or something to unlock the hidden boss, you know? Not a whole lot of like legit level stuff around it. And it's annoying in a lot of these games where you just kind of need to like save a power for how like a whole level and then go use it in another one. It was kind of, I like that better in recent ones where, you know, that power might be just nearby and it's more about doing the challenge, doing the level with the power instead of just like saving it. You know, that's not as fun. Oh, I just gotta keep it. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely one of the best ones. But yeah, my problem with Dreamland 3 is it's a step down. Visually, it's great. It looks good. I mean, it is a SNES game. It looks good. Yeah, I like the presentation. You get more partners, right? Which is cool. So that means there's more variety of how they kind of vary the adventure system, right? It's still extremely simple powers, but you know, with a few more friends, it's cool. Problem is, again, I mean, you know, you don't always have a partner. The levels aren't always made for the partners. You don't always have like an ability that you can use on the partner. That's cool. Some of them really suck. Some of them are okay. I think it was them just trying to expand outwards when they really needed to tighten up the levels and tighten up just the core gameplay. Take Rick, kind of the owl, whatever his name is, the bird, and really just expand on them better, maybe with the superstar system, right? Make it so you could just always have one, pop on them, or have levels designed around them, and you know, I think really build off of Dreamland 2's. Adding more friends was not the answer. There's also a co-op mechanic, which is cool. You know, is that the first co-op thing in the series? It might be, which is a thing going forwards they'll do often. But I don't know. It's got better level design than Dreamland 2. There's not as many annoying auto scrollers or annoying underwater sections or maze things that are just really slogs. I think it's a solid game overall, and it's some people's favorite. But I just think it's a step down in mechanics in a series that's already mechanically kind of just okay. I don't know why they went back, and I'm gonna be asking that question for most of the series because they don't go back to Superstar. until like Return to Dreamland or something. They stick to Dreamland 3 without the friends for like a while. It was baffling. I just don't get why. But we'll get into it. Yeah, it feels a bit better to play. It's got better levels. Visually, it's great. A lot of variety. Looks good. It's just like Dreamland 1 or 2 if they were on like a SNES game. You know, it works well. But I don't know. I think Adventure has just more iconic stuff in it. The charm's a little bit more fun at times. I think for what it was at the time, it's way more impressive. And I think Dreamland 3 is just too many steps down. In a vacuum, maybe just raw objectively, it might be better. It is a little bit more bloated, but it might be at least the same tier. But I just, playing the whole thing, you know, we have to like talk about that kind of thing, right? Like I can't just like ignore the other games in the series, right? That's the whole reason we play them all. So, I just think it's a step down. I don't know why they did it. The art style is good. Anyways, I need to get a drink. Catch my breath. Usually I don't even do breaks on these, but so next we're gonna be talking about. Let me get the Kirby series. So next we're gonna be talking about the GBA, or not the GBA, the Game Boy and SNES spin-offs, and then we'll get into the. We already did the N64 one. After that, we'll be getting into. After all the Game Boy games and SNES spin-offs, we'll get into Air Ride and on. So Game Boy Advance, GameCube era. Then we'll do Wii. Then we'll get into the handhelds, or Wii DS, and then we'll get into 3DS era. Then we'll get into the modern stuff. So, back in a few. We've been going through this quick enough. This is also not set in stone, by the way, guys. I'm just throwing stuff on here. If I put like, oh, Dreamland, I'm like, I don't know. I don't think this is better than that. I will adjust old ones. I don't think of it as like a number system, like a general numbers thing. Like I'm comparing this to like a Elden Ring or Horizon or something. This is just compared to each other. So it will shift. As we put more stuff on there, I'll be like, oh, I don't like this. So that means this has to be here. And it's just kind of like, I guess, logic it out. Anyways, you're back. jam. He'd be jamming. I don't know if we got any hot takes on this list. I'm not going for hot takes. I'm just kind of going for objectivity. Well, I mean, it's going to be subjective. Some reasoning. Oh, it's not supposed to be up still. It was like a fixture. Totally forgot. Technically, we're still starting soon, right? Because we've barely done anything. We've gotten started. Yeah, I don't know. I think they could have put one version in because the game's long enough that I don't think it would have overtook the soundtrack with just remixes. But I like that they did something different. Yeah, they could have had one though. Who knows? This is cool. Alright. So, spin-offs. Really interesting thing about the Kirby series is how many fucking spin-offs there are. For as lukewarm sometimes as the main series can be, or maybe not lukewarm, lukewarm, but how little variety the main series has, how little innovation, how much it changes things up, just how different each game is. There's very little change at all. But where it's weird in the Kirby series is the spin-offs. They're all like really different. They borrow from the Kirby formula to either iterate on an established thing like Brick Breaker or something, or they just kind of make their own deal like Canvas Curse with Kirby elements to them. And they're really interesting. I mean, not all of them are good, not all of them are bad. It's definitely where the series has a bit more variety and quality as well, or bigger range of quality. Like there's definitely shit because of spin-offs, but then there's better stuff. That's what makes a series playthrough of it interesting. Is like I got shit back. Is that when you're playing through the whole thing, and just finding out there's this many spin-offs of so many different kinds keeps things spicy. It's just interesting that they did that, but then the main series is so sterile for the most part. So anyways, we'll start with the first one, Pinball Land. This is the third Kirby game. There's more Kirby spin-offs in the first 6 years than there are main games, pretty much. I guess Epic Yarn's a normal Kirby game. It's closer to a normal one than it isn't, maybe, because it's a platformer. I mean, that's kind of what I mean, is Canvas Curse. Canvas Curse to me is a spin-off. But I don't know, mainline, spin-off. Mainline to me is the games that just do the exact same Kirby thing. And that's definitely something they market and they plan on having, like your Triple Deluxes and Star Allies. With a twist. I feel like Canvas Curse at its core is too different. You don't even jump normally. Like, it does have your power usage, but it's extremely different at a core level, where Epic Yarn at its core doesn't feel like as different. I would still consider it a spin-off. Maybe most people would. It doesn't really matter, I guess, at the end of the day, but yeah. It's an interesting conversation still. But yeah, Pinball Lane's the first one. Where is it? Where is it in here? Here it is. Pinball Land. Is that where Pinball Land goes? Because when I'm like, okay, would I rather play Dreamland 3 or Dreamland 1 over Pinball Land? Like, yes. So I think it's worse. But I still think it's decent. Now these are compared to each other too. I don't think Pinball Land is essentially a C game in the grand scheme of all games, but I think the thing with Pinball Land is they do better pinball later in the series in Mass Attack subgames. I think it's really fun still. I think it takes the Kirby aesthetics and really mixes things up in a Kirby way. There's multiple boards, which I don't know how many games had that at the time. Yeah. I like that it was like, you know, 3 boards in a row, or 3 or 4 boards in a row, and then at the end it ends in a boss. It makes it more of a gamey thing, right? You couldn't get this with normal pinball. It's uniquely video games. It's got AI moving around, doing stuff to you, you know, turning off your flippers, and I think that's really cool for the time. I just don't think it's insanely fun nowadays. There's a lot better pinball experiences. You know, a lot of Adventures pluses are what it did for the time, but I think what it did for the time is far more reaching and important to set it higher, and it's just more fun. Where Pinball Land, it's like, I don't know, like I like the multi-board thing, I like the bosses, you know, 3 stages isn't a whole lot, but there's kind of issues like a lot of dead zone right between the flippers that it feels really annoying. The tilt kind of too many. Each of the stages has these kind of body blocks at the bottom that you kind of have to fuck around with. It makes them feel samey, like the frosty thing, and then the spinning umbrella thing, whatever the fuck, I don't even remember all of them. They feel a little... Oh, it isn't? Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think for the time though, it's still pretty fresh, right? I don't know how many games had the big board thing like that, multi-board. Like I said though, I'm not rating it very high on influence. I think it's just something to talk about. Yeah, I don't know all other HAL's games. I know they've got some puzzlers on the DS and shit. I was gonna play at some point. I don't know much about their pinball. Well, if they'd already done pinball, I'm not surprised they did a Kirby one. Just turn them into a ball, bro. But yeah, I think some of the boards are too samey. It kind of just being focused on you getting all the way back up to the top, which you can like quick jump to if you like drop your ball. Just kind of makes it feel odd. The boss is not saving their health between attempts. Kind of makes it feel blah, especially when you can just continuously do each board and it just never end. You just go from one board into another board into another board. Since you can do that, there's not really any reason that you can't just, like, you know, just take them out after a few attempts. They change that in Mass Attack. I like that a lot better. It makes it more fun to get back in there and get close, and every screen resetting everything just makes everything feel like it's a completely separate pinball table. I like when it's just more fun nowadays when a lot of them they're not their own little universe. They're, you know, the state of them all carries between them, and that's just more interesting. I mean, the presentation is cool, but it is Game Boy, and it is pinball. You're not gonna get that crazy a presentation, and there's not any color. I mean, it's obviously zoomed in, so there's not that many things happening. You're gonna see Kirby characters, you're gonna see Kirby bosses. 3 bosses, and then DDD. But it's just like, I mean, I had a good time with it, but I was definitely done. As far as a pinball game, there's just, it doesn't hold up as well. And I think where it stands, like historically, I guess, is cool. It's cool that that is there, but I just don't think that matters enough. I like the where the Kirby comes in and changes the presentation a bit, but it doesn't change the gameplay like it does in some of the other spin-offs, so it's just kind of whatever. It's alright. Not a good day to have like a sore throat thing. Yeah, what is Hal's first pinball game? Hal Games. See their whole list. Pinball. The original pinball. F1 race. Mock Rider, Balloon Fight. They did all these? Balloon Fight, Joust. No, they didn't do all these. This is William Electronic. This is... I don't know if I can trust the wiki. Adventures of Lo. Oh, Lo and La were... Those were Kirby bosses. Those had their own series, I guess. Box is a series I've heard about. That's the one we're gonna try at some point. Castle's an ASCII game. Daydreamin' Davy. Other 3. New Ghostbusters 2. What the hell? Space Raiders, Guile Force. Yeah, I'm not quite. I can do a HAL series playthrough yet. HAL developer playthrough. I've probably done that with some devs, but it's one of the reasons we're gonna play Transformers, but I gotta be really digging, man. Interesting. Lot. Anyways. Is it good? Yeah, I don't know. I just was surprised to see a Japanese dev making a fucking game with Bill Murray on the cover in the SNES era. Didn't know if Ghostbusters was even a thing over there. Ugh. So anyways, yeah, I feel like the pinball game, it's not a bad game. Kirby doesn't have many just bad games, but it has a lot of fucking meh. It's Japanese only? Huh? What the hell? I wonder if there's a translation. Interesting. I think this might be missing a game. It is missing one. Well, shit. Can I add something? Oh, not America, but Japan. I wonder if that was like a weird issue. Hopefully this has all the games. I'm probably not gonna remember every single one of these off the top of my head. Superstar Stacker's not in here, I don't think. Unless I'm blind. I mean, it never had an English release, is probably why. Yeah, I was gonna say that's very like cynical American kind of film. I don't think it doesn't feel like a very Japanese fun thing, right? Anyways, Dream Course. Well, let's actually do Star Stacker. There's no reason we shouldn't. So Star Stacker. Okay. Maybe? Yeah? Or it's a B. So the problem here is Superstar Stacker is not in this list. I wish I could put a placeholder. I wish you could add stuff to these. This is somebody else's. I didn't make this. I hate that I can't. I can change the background. Oh, that's fine. So, whoa. Okay. When I hit reset, I thought it was the, you know. let me reset this real quick. But yeah, I thought, yeah, it sucks that's not on there. I'll talk about Superstar Stacker anyways. Oh god, I gotta add all these back in. Give me a sec. The colors are gonna be slightly different. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. I think that's how it's gonna be. I'll talk about both a little bit, but I mean, it's essentially the same thing but better. Let's get all these back on here. Oh, this is fucked up. What else have we done? Pinball? I gotta find pinball. Is that it? I feel like we're missing something. Oh, adventure, yeah. It was definitely not that even. What the hell else are we missing? Maybe that was it. Whatever. Anyways, so Star Stacker. Let's do that now. I would say Star Stacker as a whole, if this was Super Star Stacker, I'd put it as an A. I think it's a really fun little puzzle game. It's got a nice difficulty curve if you're going through the DDD. If you're going through the DDD mode, I don't remember what it's called. In the normal Star Stacker, I played that for like longer than most of these games just because I wanted to. It was just fun. It felt very rewarding. The sound effects were nice when you're blowing up the stars. It wasn't so overboard on speed right away that you couldn't get better and start to see combos and learn. Yeah. I just don't want the music to be so... I don't want to be super distracting or anything. But yeah, I just thought it was a very fun puzzle idea. It's satisfying. The stages are designed around certain like ways to start them, so they have like a little puzzle you have to kind of solve. It's not just freestyle. They turns into freestyle, and I think when you get into the really hard stuff, it turns into too much freestyle. Half the levels are kind of just freestyle. But in the first 2/3 of them, before the insane mode, yeah, they're really interesting. Yeah, some of them just have a single thing you put down and it does a huge combo. Some of them just have like a tough beginning. It's a lot more going on than say like the Puyo Puyo ones we'll get into. It doesn't just throw... It gets difficult, but it doesn't just assault you with it. It's much more comfy, much more fun. I like the idea. DDD's really fun in it. There's a lot of charm. He's, you know, ready to fuck Kirby up. He's laughing. He's a fun little nemesis that's on the side of the screen. But yeah, like I said, I like the sound effects. The music was fine. The feedback from just doing the pieces was just satisfying. So, and Super Star Stacker has really great art. This is a Japanese only game. I played a fan translation that came out earlier this year. That's probably why this doesn't have that all on there. But yeah, it looks great. It reminds you kind of like a Yoshi's Island thing, but a little bit more drawn back as possible, like more cranny. I guess crayon or color pencil, one of those. It looks really nice. It's got a cool story mode they add on. It still has the DDD thing with a different set of levels and progression. It's got the versus modes. The story mode's cute. You know, they're just you go see little cutscenes and there's dialogue and they talk about why you're gonna verse them. It's definitely not gameplay wise Star Stacker's best. It's just who can get the most initial momentum. Because as soon as you start fucking over somebody's combo, there's nothing they can do, and it's kind of bad. I don't like the versus mode in Star Stacker very much, but it's harmless. We unlocked the final boss, but you gotta beat DDD every time to see it, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. The hidden final boss. We got all the stars, so we did all the challenges. It was a good time. Yeah, Super Star Stacker is definitely the one to play because you're just getting pretty much what Star Stacker has, but with better visuals and a few extra modes. I think Star Stacker I'd put below, obviously, Super Star Stacker, but we're just considering this Super Star Stacker. If you really like Super Star Stacker, go play Star Stacker. It's got more levels for you. It's probably a harder game. Smaller board size, which can be weird, but anyways, that's Star Stacker. Oh. I think I slept weird or something. It was like my head like scratched or something. So Dream Course. I think Dream Course was really interesting. I put that as an A. Yeah. Maybe I slept weird and it like made it, maybe I had harder breathing, or maybe some like acid buildup, or maybe, I mean, I streamed for 14 hours yesterday. I mean, my sinuses, it's really clear, which makes things very coarse. Feel bizarre. And there was something stuck in my throat yesterday, which was feeling weird. So. Yeah, so whatever. By the end of this, because I talk nonstop, and we'll discuss, I'm sure, more and more as we go, and I'll be dead, so. Yeah, Dream Course. I thought Dream Course was cool, man. I think this is one of those mini games that takes the Kirby formula and inserts into something else to make something really unique. It's not just pinball with a small twist, you know, it's Kirby mini golf, right? It is. The powers play a huge deal. You don't go into this. Sorry, that's too much. You don't go into this game to play mini golf. Don't be like, oh, I like Mario Golf. I like the mini golf side game in Mario. I like that. No. You don't play this for that. This is Kirby mini golf. It's the powers. There's combos. You're fucking. I mean, it's not an easy game either. You know, they use all the powers to move you across the field, to hit other guys. They all have different ways to like control them, all from one shot. Your shots can do crazy shit, crazy spirals and bounce backs, and you know, all this crazy stuff. It's very arcadey in that sense. Yeah, it's very its own thing. Yeah, killing them all, his last enemy's old. I mean, it's not mini golf. It is mini golf in a way, if you want like a spin on mini golf, but it is not like the pinball game where it's pinball with Kirby aesthetics. It is Kirby mini golf. Like the powers, the movement, when you use some of them. And I think that's really cool. Yeah, playing it all out. It's not an easy game. It's not super intuitive right away. You're gonna want to read the manual. You're gonna have to figure out how all the powers work. But it's rewarding to get better at. It seems very difficult, but realistically, it's not super difficult. If you're okay at golf, you can finish, you know, in 4 to 6 hours. It just, because you only have 2 lives, because you're always losing health, because the mistakes are huge punishes, because of the momentum of the game. If you don't have a power, you can't get this done quickly, so that means you're gonna lose health and stuff like that. It'll seem more punishing, but it's only 8 courses, or only 8 holes per course. And they don't take that long to get back through. You can one-shot a lot of them. It just feels heavy duty, but it's one of those things, you know, allow yourself to fail on it a few times and it's fun to get better at. You find better strats, you find the puzzle. It's more of a puzzle at times. With a bit of execution. For a casual play. I watched this speedrun. That shit's crazy. That's all execution. But in casual play, beating the game is going to be a lot more about just kind of planning out. And the gold medals would probably be a different story, and the extra stages would be a different story. Yeah, it's a cool thing. I don't think it's insanely fun. I think part of the non-intuitiveness of it, some of this, the presentation's not that good. It's kind of just this isometric grid, pseudo 3D thing. It's not super easy to tell where your shots are gonna do. Shot prediction, where you're actually aiming from really far away is hard to tell. It has your Kirby things and some fun backgrounds, but it's kind of just, they just shit out enemies into grids and you just kind of like traverse the grids. It's not like, you know, you're going through like a course with like, you know, landmarks in them, like a windmill and all this crazy shit from Kirby or anything. It's just raw. It's just boom. It's just sitting there. It's not the most fun to look at. Although the DDD final fight's pretty cool looking. But the gameplay is interesting, and I think it's absolutely worth checking out for how unique it is. Not just as a Kirby spin-off, but as a golf, mini golf thing. It's very neat. I feel like that's one of the reasons people regard it well, not so well. I think they do, anyways. Yeah. I don't remember the music much. It was there. I mean, it's got a little world map. There's a lot of content. There's extra stages you can do on top of the 8 courses and final boss. Final boss was kind of iffy too. I mean, it's not a big deal because you could just keep retrying them, but I definitely think there could have been some improvements, you know, maybe more rewards other than medals for getting things in a very few amount of strokes, because essentially to beat the game, going slow and going fast has no difference outside of hole-in-ones because of the way the health works, because you can overheal. So there's some weird stuff there they could hash out if they ever had done another one, but yeah, which I appreciate they just didn't do remixes. It sadly just wasn't. I don't even remember any songs, so. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think it was good. I think there was just enough wonkiness and stuff to keep it from being one of the best ones, but definitely in the upper echelon of spin-offs. Yeah, it's sitting at an A for me right now, I think. Avalanche. Avalanche is the Puyo Puyo one. It's Puyo Puyo Tetris. I mean, it's not really a Kirby thing. Doesn't do much to leverage Kirby into Puyo Puyo. It's superficial, right? It's on the surface. It's aesthetics. But those are fun. It looks nice. You know, I think the music was okay. I like the cutscenes in between. They're the most non-Kirby thing in existence. Kirby just shit talks people and they shit talk him back. And then they fight in Puyo Puyo. But I mean, as far as just how much fun it was, it was cool getting better at Puyo Puyo. I think this game has a much shittier difficulty curve than Star Stacker. For a game with so few modes and things going on, I don't know, they must have felt like they really were cool or something, because it goes apeshit. You know, after like 3 guys it goes apeshit, then it goes apeshit again. It's all doable, you do get better. I mean, I beat it. There are, I guess, some bonus difficulty modes, but I liked the Star Stacker slow build up. You get a lot better. It's more just kind of fun that way. You really kind of have to want it in the Tetris one, especially because, well, it's a novel concept. I mean, especially nowadays. I mean, Puyo Puyo has been done fucking to death, man. So, yeah, I think it was a good time. I think if you go watch the cartoons online, they're kind of funny. If you've never played Puyo Puyo, give it a shot, but it ratchets up the difficulty pretty hard and can kind of make it not as interesting. You don't get to learn as much because you're needing to go at like Mach speed. It's rewarding if you do stick to it, but I don't blame people for not. But I don't think it really leverages Kirby in any interesting gameplay way. It's just Puyo Puyo Tetris, so can't really rate it much higher than that. And I don't think Puyo Puyo is like that amazing. It's totally fine, but I like Tetris better, man. The shit talk's good. Okay. And if you guys got any takes on any of these, by all means. I don't mean to stifle by just talking nonstop. Or just if you want to talk about anything in the series, it doesn't have to follow an order of anything. I mean, this is just a serious discussion thing. Not just about, I don't have to just pretentiously talk about my take. Here, let's stop it. Try not to be pretentious. I'm putting Kirby games in a tier list. I'm probably already kind of being pretentious. That's the problem though. It's like, oh, Kirby can't be talked about in an objective way because it's the Happy Man. That's part of the problem though. Block Ball. Alright, so Block Ball, another spin-off. This one does a bit more than Pinball Land does. To actually use Kirby to like kind of take a spin on the Brick Breaker formula. It is a Brick Breaker game. Decent length. It's got your Kirby thing where you gotta get like a certain amount of score or, you know, secrets to unlock the hidden bonus finale, but we just did the core game. I wasn't going back through everything. So yeah, it's Brick Breaker, but it's got paddles on the top, paddles on the left and the right sometimes, boss fights, powers. It really mixes it up, or tries to keep it spicy. It's got that problem that some of the other Kirby games do, ironically, where if you don't have the powers, some levels do have some things made for them, kind of like a wheel level. So it doesn't happen as much in the main series, but it happens a lot in Block Ball. Where if you don't have it, it just becomes a slog. It's really boring. You can't break anything. You have to just slowly whittle it away, and as soon as you take a single hit, you lose your power. It's okay in the normal series, right? You can just get another one easily. You're still strong on your own, but in Block Ball, man, it makes the levels really boring. Like, and I much would have preferred if each level would have just given you a power and that's just what you use, and they made the levels harder but based around those powers more, and just really owned it. Kind of like with, you know, what I wish they would have done like Dreamland 2, where they just really kind of just gave you a guy and made levels based around them. The problem with a lot of the series is they try to make everything work, so nothing really works super well. It's not super fun. Just own it, do some focused level design on it. Block Ball kind of has that, but like I said, it doesn't. It's hard to keep some of the powers, and there's not many ways to re-get them. But they are there and they're cool. You do fight bosses from the series, which is neat. Some of them can just be like cycled in extremely quickly. I mean, some of them are a bit more annoying. Figuring out how to move, like precisely move around in Brick Breaker is kind of a pain sometimes. Not the most rewarding thing ever, but I think the powers leverage or change that a bit. They make it a bit more exciting, and having it be world-based instead of just one giant game lets you kind of take it in pieces and focus on different powers in each world, even if you won't use them much. But the cool thing there, I was definitely done with it by the end. It's starting to get kind of old. It's not a timeless classic, for sure. You're not gonna just come back and play it non-stop, but I mean, as a portable game, playing a little bit here and there. Star Stacker's probably the king out of all these on that front, but Block Ball, I mean, you know, you're out maybe as a kid or something, you run through a world or part of a world or something, I don't know. I mean, I guess a world would take 30 minutes, an hour depending, but 30 minutes probably. So it's good there. Playing it all in a row is definitely gets a little bit more tiring. It's not that much depth to Block Ball. There's a high skill cap, but that kind of keeps it from being even better. It's also on the Game Boy. Not the best looking thing, but it does have a nice little world map. I wish, so each world on the world map has a theme, like this is the one with the gears, this is like a forest or something, but when you get into the game, when you actually get into the playing part, none of that's really there. The borders are the same, only the bosses change. And the enemies, I wish that some of those visual styles carried over into the levels to kind of give them some presentation spice, but could have been better, but not a bad game. Nobody played it probably either. We talked about Super Star Stacker and Star Stacker. Tilt and Tumble. So, I didn't play Tilt and Tumble the way it was originally meant to be played. Yeah, we'll leave it there. This one's borderline-y, man. So, Tilt and Tumble, I played with the D-pad, with a hack that lets you use the D-pad. It was originally supposed to be played with tilt, so it's a very different experience. I could only imagine the original tilt is hellish. I don't know. This game with the D-pad was a pain in the ass a lot of the time. A lot of bad checkpoints, a lot of just annoying stages. A roller coaster of difficulty. Absolutely cream corn in some stages with, you know, easy fall-offs that you gotta reset all the time, and then late game stages that you just chill through like an auto-scroller with barely any chance to die. Very just bad difficulty curve. I could only imagine with actual tilt, it would be hell on earth. It would just be an annoying game. I mean, it's not, in the grand scheme of things, a hard game, but it's just kind of annoying. I feel like that's how a lot of the... It's usually Kirby. Instead of anything truly hard, it's like annoying. And irritating. And that's kind of how Tilt and Tumble was. You get some cool variety of stages and stuff. I mean, the Game Boy Color part of it's nice. You know, there's sky levels, you know, there's some water bits, some sandy bits, some kind of abstract stuff. Nothing super crazy, but at least it's got something mixing it up, like, unlike Block Ball. But it's just kind of a bitch to play. It just kind of does a lot of, like... it's a gimmicky game, man. I mean, I'm glad that they try to challenge you and stuff, but I mean, you're just rolling a ball that's got a lot of momentum, and it's just kind of annoying after a bit. And through a bunch of kind of obstacles and mazes, and it doesn't have a whole lot. It doesn't have any powers or anything. It's just got like different obstacles you can flip or you gotta wait around on. A lot of kind of auto-scrolly shit where you're just waiting for cycles. Or the whole thing's on a timer, which isn't a problem. The bosses, it's all Krakow, except for the finale. Was it DDD? I actually don't even remember. That's how special Tilt and Tumble was. Yeah, it's just different versions of Krakow, which is pretty much the same boss every time. There's a few like mini bosses that are cute, but it's not bad per se. But it's certainly not good. It's short. It was like 3 hours or something. It just gets kind of boring and irritating, and I'm trying to put out some actual reasons why. I just feel like saying the feeling is always such a cop out, but like I said, the roller coaster difficulty, repetitive bosses, really just not that fun mechanic in general. I mean, all you do is tilt. Not much else going on. You tilt and you press a button and it'll affect some things in the levels. Sometime, and they'll introduce that and then it'll be used like once. Exploring side stuff. No way. I don't even want to bother. Whatever. It was alright, man. Definitely not my favorite one. I'd say the shittiest out of all these so far. Slow here now. Sinuses and this and that. And my eyeball now too, man. Like Alright, so Game Boy Advance era, GameCube. If you guys want me to try to expand on some of these, or if you got a take on it. I've changed my mind on these from discussion before. I have to keep my initial opinion forever kind of thing. Willing to change my mind if it's a good enough reason, maybe. Or if I just missed something. Like I said, a lot of these run together. I could... Well, the spin-offs not so much. They're different. But... yeah, so GameCube era. Tilt and Tumble was N64 time. So, we did Nightmare in Dreamland. Yeah, that's kind of that's kind of my thing, is like, so many of the Kirby games run together and do the same thing. It's really hard to like make draw a big difference, or a big enough difference between them to really like tier list them. You really gotta dig deep. And some of these, you know, it's been a couple years, so that makes it really difficult. That, and yeah, Kirby's as a whole is kind of just a wishy-washy series. It's just most games are just very forgettable. So we'll get into that by the end. We're gonna talk about the series as a whole. As a little preview. Now that we've played them all. Summoned by music. The return of Gourmet Race. Forgot that Epic Yarn had a lot of the big track. But yeah, anyways, next up, Air Ride. We did Nightmare in Dreamland, just a remake. I kind of feel like I have to put it next to this one. It didn't fuck anything up, it didn't really do much extra. Air Ride. It's been a long time since I played Air Ride. I've watched a fair bit. Solid A. It's at least a B. At least a B. Yeah, I think at least a B. Not worse than that. Yeah, my thing with Air Ride is... Okay, so... The pluses of Air Ride. is, hey, it's really different. City Trial's really cool. You know, this mini RPG thing where you're exploring this cool city with all these crazy different Kirby things happening, like Dynablade coming in. And then it ends in a cool mini game. I think is a cool concept for multiplayer. It's fun to do. It's cool because you're actually, you know, racing around but exploring something, which you don't do as much at this point. Not a shitload of games are about exploring in your little car or whatever like that. The problem is, as a racer, it's not really the best in its class. It's not like a super amazing racer. I'd rather play any Mario Kart, F-Zero, most racing games over it. There's a lot of variety, I guess, between how the vehicles control, but I find a lot of it's just not that rewarding. A lot of stop and go shit, which is kind of a lot of the stages feel very just void, like empty. They feel like soulless in a weird way. They look interesting, and the music, this kind of like orchestral renditions of some of the old themes kind of give it a bit more oomph, I guess. It makes it feel bigger and grander and stuff, but I don't know, it also makes it just feel like kind of soulless, man. Like, so the presentation's kind of wonky there. I don't think it's really super fun as a racer, like I said. I never found myself wanting to do the racing modes all that often over any other racing game. It doesn't really have like a core story thing you do. At least to kind of like do a little bit of everything. You kind of just do what you want, which is fine. I mean, that's how they'd been doing it, you know. Smash is, you know, well, no, Smash has a story thing. So I think it kind of maybe had some more focused single player modes like that. That would have been cool. The whole game is essentially the Brawl board, where you just, I mean, it's literally the same sound effects. Because it's the same people who made it. Where you just do different challenges and it just fills out a board. And it's not the most exciting thing over some more focused content, but I still think it's cool. It looks nice. City Trial's a really cool idea. I think people only think about City Trial when they talk about this game, but there's more stuff there, and I don't think a lot of it's very great. The mini games are okay. They're okay when tacked on to City Trial. Doing them on their own, it's not super fun. Like, whoa, how far can I fly? And then hit the ground, right? Like, like, okay, you know. The home run project, yeah, Paper Mario 1000 Year Door has that with an airplane. It's not really that special, right? That's like a big chunk of the game, so. For me, it's more like a B, I would say. Maybe like a high B. We'll get to the inner rankings later. I just think as a racing game, it's too just dull as a racer half the time. I mean, it's been a long time. I probably should have replayed this. We will at some point. It's sitting over there. I mean, I've got it. But sandboxing City Trial is kind of the whole thing, and that's a lot of fun with like a friend or something. But I mean, how long do you just want to grind even City Trial for? You know, you're just gonna sit on City Trial all day. Like that's the thing, is it's a cool game to jump in with your buds or with your friends or your buddy friends, your family. Yeah, as a party game, but I really think it could have had a nice single player element to it with all of the racing and the city trials, but it feels kind of lacking in content. And I just don't think even the core racing's that good. So. Still a cool game. Still good. I could respect an A or B or whatever the fuck. And this is just comparatively too. So this is me comparing these to the other games. I really shouldn't think about it like in the grand scheme of things, but I enjoyed them more. I enjoyed it more than for sure these. I like it better than Block Ball and Avalanche. I think Dreamland and Dreamland 3 are comparable though. I think it would be upper B for me for sure. I think Adventure has that history aspect to it. So that's the kind of the weird thing, is Adventure really could just be, it's not bloated though. It is a nice trimmed game. More fun with Star Stacker. Dream Course has novelty and it's fun. Yeah, I could respect low A, high B. Maybe we'll switch it, but I think this is where I'm sitting on it for now. Neat spin-off. I wish we had more racing spin-offs. Especially because it tries to mix it up. And it uses Kirby itself well enough. It has all the powers, which is neat. You know, eating shit. You're on stars, right? You're in bosses and stuff. Alright. Next. Amazing Mirror. Everybody puts this at the top of the list, dude. I thought this was going to be a top tier Kirby game. I thought it sucked. I did not like Amazing Mirror. It's Dreamland powers, so it's already fucking like going backwards, right? It's barely got any. I mean, I think it has a bit more combos, but it's light on the depth, which is not super fun. At this point, Kirby really needed to fucking start upping the ante, but it's the same old shit. But they're like, wait, man, it's a Metroidvania. A Metroidvania with a horrible map that's all about going down routes with branches that you have to restart for rewards that are non-existent. Right? Like you go through these branches and you go get all the treasure chests and it's like, oh, you got a 1-up. Whoa, for doing this whole thing. Wow. They reset when you go to the title screen. Horrible. Whoa, you got a max tomato. If I wanted to save health, I wouldn't even have came over here, right? But KD, it's all about the fun of it. No, the fucking levels suck to explore. It's just a bunch of fucking clogged up mazes full of fucking way too many fucking enemies. With like these random arbitrary points where you need to come back from powers like 20 miles away, and it's just not fun. Nothing's made around the powers in any fun way. There's some okay music here and there. I mean, most of it's reused again. The co-op or the NPC thing sucks, makes the bosses horrible. You zerg the bosses, or you lose your power and you're alone and you can't even kill the fucking bosses. They're just super unsatisfying. I don't know what people liked about Amazing Mirror. I think they just played it as a kid. It was one of their first Kirby games. And they're like, oh my god, I could suck up powers, this is so great. And then that was it. I really think it's like a nostalgic GBA first 2D Kirby thing. Because what other Kirby game have you played in 2D? I mean, a lot of kids wouldn't play on the SNES or the NES, right? This is probably one of the first ones, like maybe Nightmare and Dreamland and this one, right? I just think it sucks. It's got bad level design, the same old boring gameplay. It's not even as good as Superstars gameplay. Bad bosses, reused ass music. The visuals are okay. Horrible Metroidvania map design and rewards. Bad bosses. I just don't get it. Yeah, I mean, probably gimmicks like that. Very GBA. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of gimmicky stuff at that point. Connectivity, you know, maybe connecting to the GC and stuff like that. You know, they were trying to change things in areas they really didn't need to. I mean, I thought I was really excited to play it. The idea of a Kirby, Metroidvania with actual like upgrades and like cool levels and maybe being able to swap your powers a little bit more freely or like hold a few at once, like maybe like 3 or something, or maybe just pick between them and then you go explore and you know, you can maybe you can jump up higher, you know, blow up, you know, puff higher, you know, have some fun rolling, throwing thing, or maybe just turn a wheel whenever, like you just, you know, cool upgrades. And using Kirby stuff and exploring a Metroidvania world sounded really cool, and it's just so shit, man. You're just going between screens in this like fucking bloated map, going down like Star Fox routes that you can't go back through just so like you can get like nothing. Like, I mean, they're not fun to explore in the first place. So yeah, the final boss is painted. Another one of those. Every Kirby game has a teleporting final boss. They just teleport a lot and they have a few phases, and that's supposed to be cool. This one is like 8 phases and he just teleports for like 10 hours straight. It's not even fun. I don't know. The Kirby Amazing Mirror, flat D. I could respect if it was one of your first Kirby games or something, you placing it higher. I just think that it does so little better than games like fucking over 10 years older than it. And for all the new things it does try, it horribly fails at when it's got a blueprint like Metroid or something at this point. It's baffling. So I don't know how this game's at the top of so many people's lists. I feel like I missed something. I mean, I missed something with Superstar, and then I played it again and I understood, but I've just played Amazing Mirror. Like, I don't know, man. My throat. Don't get sick. Hopefully not. I'm going to visit the Poochie Saturday, man. My parents. Their new dog. If I'm sick, I can't go. Yeah, I don't know. This one's probably one of the hottest takes for me, I'd assume. If anybody's got like a counter thing on Amazing Mirror, by all means. But yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was a irritating, just dull Kirby experience. Yeah, it's like you get some of the best Metroid, and you get some of the best Metroidvanias ever made on the system, and then you just get this half-assed. Like you think this is like the first Metroidvania ever made or something because it's so experimental and it does so much wrong. But no, it's not like a new genre. It's been figured out. Yeah, Akira. No, I mean, I don't wholly disagree with you there. Maybe not as much as maybe not with as much disdain as I do for Amazing Mirror, but it's a wishy-washy. I don't hate the series, but yeah, we'll get into it. But Amazing Mirror for sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's just I just don't understand. Like when I'm on certain image boards, seeing people talk about it, I'm like, did I play a different game? Like, I feel like people just parrot it. They just say Amazing Mirror's the best. They played it as a kid. Everybody else says it's the best. You know, like I don't know how you could put this in the same tier as like Superstar or Crystal Shards or I don't know, even like Adventure Dreamland 3. It's not even close, man. Wario Land fucking 4 came out on this shit, dude. The Maple Story level design, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like Golden Sun. I need to play Golden Sun again. Yeah, I'm curious what I think. That's definitely a good example of one of Baby's first JRPGs. It's very flashy. So I could see it not being as good as remembered. But I need to play it again. Because it might be good. It might actually be good. I don't got a bone to pick with it. I'm not gonna make a hot take. I just think Amazing Mirror is just not. It just was not a good of a game. I'd rather play any of the basic ass Kirby games. I'm also someone who loves Metroidvanias and has played a shitload of them, so maybe I just got some standards for these. I don't think the novelty of it as a Kirby Metroidvania is there. Alright. There was one of my hotter takes, man. Canvas Curse. This Canvas Curse. Canvas Curse is next. Okay, we're moving into DS games. Canvas Curse. I played with a mouse. That colors my opinion slightly on this. It could be a great Vania. Yeah, that was the one I was most looking forward to doing this event. And then I played it, I was like, wow, this really sucked. Like, so it has a great recipe for it. I mean, you'd have to give more freedom for power swapping and stuff like that, but I mean, it could work for sure. You'd have to definitely expand on his moveset a bunch, right? I mean, in Metroids and other Metroidvanias, you're changing your movement all the time, adding new features. Kirby doesn't really do that, but I mean, you could use parts of other powers. Maybe give him like a Smash type of moveset with more movement tech that he upgrades over time. And then maybe for attacking, you can still suck it up. Who knows? You could do all sorts of shit. It wouldn't even take that much creativity. But they decided to say, fuck that. We're just going to have a really bad Metroidvania map. With Maple Story. Fucking connected screens. Anyways, Canvas Curse. I played it with the mouse. I made it way harder and more annoying, but still feel like I can separate that experience slightly. Yeah, Squeak Squad's inventory would be good. At this point that Kirby doesn't have like sub powers you can hold on to or be able to just swap between shit is baffling. I mean, obviously Forgotten Land mixes it up in a different way that's acceptable, but all of these other ones don't do any of that. Except Kindness Squeak Squad. Like it's just, it's wow. Yeah, it's just like, it just feels like it would fit. I mean, technically Superstar lets you pick anything you want in one minigame. It's just, that's my thing, is like, the core gameplay of Kirby's is not that amazing. There's easy places you could improve it and keep the spirit of it and freshen it up. And even keep most of the gameplay, but they just don't. We'll get into it. But yeah, Canvas Curse. I like the idea of it a lot. I think the auto moving thing is totally fine. I think it's a very, very cool way of using touch. You're drawing a path for stuff, right? You're launching it up shit. You know, moving in between obstacles. I think they could do a bit more with actually the drawing of the lines. You do block some lasers, you block some bullets. I think that's cool. I think it's a little too focused on the touch sometimes. Being able to boost Kirby and use his powers easily could have been a button on L. It's kind of runs into that DS problem of touch heavy games where they're just touch for the sake of being touch because it's a novelty at that point, a gimmick. I think you could have a much cleaner game by using the D-pad to do things here and there, like maybe turn around, maybe not move, but just turn around, you know, or at least just have L be your power or your speed up, right? So that you don't have to like do this and then to go back and touch them and then touch all the enemies. It's kind of frantic just for the sake of being frantic. It's technically one of the harder Kirby games. It probably was my control scheme on that. You can upgrade your health, but they're all like, you have to get like half the collectibles in the game to do it, which is kind of wonky. They take a lot more liberties with the music. A lot of it's remixes, but they're like crazy. The backgrounds are really abstract, which I think is cool, and it matches the paint thing. I think it's a concept they could build on more, and I really wanted to play Rainbow Curse to see if they did. Because I think it's a cool idea for touch. But yeah, some button inputs to just make a better game. Just some button inputs, a bit more depth there. Would be nice. It's a cool like 3 to 5 hour experience, but yeah, probably. That's the sad thing. Like, I could do the Miyamoto power play there, but yeah. I think Kirby, they're too afraid to change it in any big way. It sells. People always say they're good. I would just like to see a bit more of a dream with some of these. I think Forgotten Land does a good job of that, but and stuff like Robobot fine tunes the formula to a point where it should have been a long time ago, but there's just not enough of a vision for the series, man. A lot has a big problem with it. I'll get into it more later, but and there's nothing wrong with playing it safe and doing what works. I just don't think Kirby works well enough to just keep doing the same formula. Like Donkey Kong Country works because it's really fun from go. And it's got really good levels and really fun presentation, and there's not a whole lot, you know, that's just obvious improvements, right? Like for Kirby, it's like, it's kind of dull a lot of the time. Like I don't just want them to do that again, I want them to improve it. And that's kind of the difference. Because we talked about this, I think during Star Allies. But I don't think it's wrong to just make the same game with more levels and like mixing, you know, little things up here and there, but keep it at its core the same. I just don't think Kirby's at its core is fun enough. And it could be. They take leaps like in Superstar, but they don't. Forgotten Land's another leap, but I mean, jeez, dude. There's a lot of games in between Superstar and Forgotten Land. Right? Anyways, let's talk about the rest of them. Yeah, I don't know how. We'll get into that when I get into Star Allies. I don't know how Star Allies existed when Robobot and Forgotten Land were good, and they were both good because of level design, and then Star Allies has no good level design at all. It's bizarre. Like I feel like whoever the level designer was just wasn't there for a game. Like he took a break for a year or a few years. I don't think Epic Yarn soundtrack is amazing, but it's good background music for this because it doesn't stand out a lot. If you listen to some like Smash remix, it's like you're like really noticing it. So next up is Squeak Squad. So we'll rate these within later, I guess. Squeak Squad is probably B. It's hard to want to give this an A, although I do think it's a decent Kirby game. Mainly just because it doesn't build on a whole lot. Once again, it's Dreamland powers. I don't even remember if it added many more. The Squeak dudes aren't all that interesting as like villains, but they're okay. But what it gets right is the level design's better. It's got an inventory system. It's zoomed out more. The speed of the game's quicker. It's not as clogged as Amazing Mirror. There's a lot more just like free jumping. Your powers, you can move a little bit schmoover, which is nice. It feels like more of like a fun platformer, like it should be at times. But that's kind of it. There's not a whole lot. I mean, the bosses I barely remember. They're not super crazy. Visually, the levels, I mean, they're alright. I already forgot most of it. I do like the side collectibles. You do get a lot more rewards for them this time. It's not just, hey, unlock the hidden ending. There's a lot of permanent upgrades you get, new abilities. I think this one had abilities you could unlock, maybe. Was it this one? That might have been Return to Dreamland. I actually don't remember. We just played it too. That's the problem with Squeak Squad. It's just kind of like it's good, but like it's kind of also forgettable because it is just kind of stock Kirby. Like I said, stock Kirby, more zoomed out, a little bit speedier, better collectibles, more reward for your collectibles, nice bonus stages you can unlock, which have cool little gimmicks here and there. And some more power focus. I just don't think it has any like insanely awesome levels. I don't think it has. The boss fights or anything aren't really anything nuts. I think the charm of the series around this point, the Game Boy Advance DS games, to start, and it gets more sterile. The most Kirby does is he just wants cake. That's it. That's the story, and that's fine. But he doesn't really do like a lot of little fun things with any characters. He's not insanely expressive or anything. It's just that's kind of it. It's a safe Kirby game, but it makes little strides in level design and doesn't fuck up anything massively to be like a dog shit one or anything. Some of these run together pretty hard, man. Like, I mean, I'm trying to think of, like, anything in Squeak Squad. I feel like I need to watch a video on Squeak Squad again. Yeah. I don't know if anybody has any takes on Squeak Squad other than that. Oh yeah, I like the inventory system. Having health pickups as a thing was cute. I don't think it was necessary. Mixing items is more of a pain than anything. But it does let you play with powers and keep powers and use them later. And I think you could take a couple hits with powers. They introduced that in Superstar, which was good. Then they got rid of it in a lot of the games. Single hit, you lose your power. But being able to have more powers in your inventory was a cute thing. It can slow the pace a bit, but it's not too bad. Combining up food into better food, it's something. I don't think it's like insanely interesting, but being able to at least have more powers on tap is nice. Oh, it's broken too. It's super imbalanced. It's one of the easiest Kirby games, especially for the bosses. That's why the bosses were so boring. You just use Tornado. Tornado has like 5 seconds of invincibility with a like half a second weakness period, and it does a lot of damage, and you can go anywhere on the screen. So yeah, they really fucked that one up. And they give you a tornado before like every boss. So that's why I don't remember any of the bosses, because you fucking kill them without thinking about them ever. So I've always said that the Kirby series is most fun when you don't have powers on bosses, and I think that still holds true. You just gotta learn the fights more. There's more interesting times you gotta counter and pick up the stars and aim them, and it's more interesting. Like, too many times powers break shit, or they're just very boring, like repetitive kind of mash things. And obviously it's still about using the powers. That's the fun of it, but don't know. Other than that, I think Kirby, there's so many bosses in Kirby, I just think it's funny that the powers are not the highlight when it comes to bosses. Oh, my nose, my throat. Jesus. Okay. I think I'm getting sick. So then they take a 2-year break to remake Superstar Ultra. Okay. We talked about Superstar Ultra. I think it's good. But it's a remake of a game that's fucking, like, at this point, 12 years old. And it's unchanged except some content they added in at the end. Which is funny that that's still one of the most fun, right? Like, that should be like, maybe there's something wrong with the Kirby series, right? Like, when Superstar is still by far one of the most fun Kirby games. On a mechanical level, but, you know, whatever. So after that would be... part of the appeal of Amazing Mirror that the powers are a regular necessity as part of navigation. Like, they just block things off behind them, or it's just really hard to get around without killing shit. I mean, I would agree there. You definitely need them more because of the maze levels, the tight cave, kind of like tight passageways with lots of enemies in them. You absolutely need to kick a lot more ass to get through. But yeah. And the side stuff, there's definitely more power requirements in some of the shortcuts. It's just irritating. It's more annoying than anything. But the idea of it, yeah, sure. I would say so. Also, should I rent Zombie U? Anybody ever play that? Should I play that? Or should I just play it on PC someday? Zombie U. Anybody remember Zombie U? Anybody care about that? Do I care about that game? It was touch heavy at the time. The PC version, I think, gets rid of that. You play a port. Oh, you played the port? It's okay? Yeah, I'm not gonna rent that one then. I'll just play the port when it's like super cheap eventually. Because I remember that was one of the interesting Wii U games at the time that people would talk about because of all the touch stuff it does and this and that. But I feel like it was just because it was like a year one Wii U game. There wasn't that many games on it that people said it was good. I don't know. I don't hear about anybody talk about it since. Looks like the best feature of Kirby level design. That is, powers unlock full paths rather than just putting 1 or 3 story items behind a single block. Oh yeah. I would say that's good, yeah. I wish they put more interesting things at the end of those paths sometimes. But yeah. I think that's a good point. You definitely get more reward in terms of unlocking more level. It's just that the level you unlock is still annoying and there's nothing good at the end of it, but it's definitely, if they could have took that idea, yeah, and made, I mean, that's what I mean, is that would work really well on a good Metroidvania. So I like that idea for sure. I just feel like that's where it stops and ends right there, or starts and ends. Okay, zombie roguelite. We got enough games to play. I was just gonna do that because I would probably never be able to play the touch version again, and I just don't know if it's even worth it. I've got so much else to play. I think it's like a hidden gem. It's just like, it's alright. I have a way to play it on PC, I suppose, so that'll be enough. I don't think the touch part is that important. Alright. Zone out for a second. It's like, Jesus. I was thinking about Amazing Mirror a little bit. Next up, Epic Yarn. Okay, so Epic Yarn was my second Kirby game. Air Ride was my first. Didn't stream it because this was before I streamed, so that means it's been well over 10 years. I think I played it on release, which would be 12 years ago. Yeah, probably. I've heard that the port's kind of bad because Ubisoft patched it once and then forgot about it. But as long as it works, I don't know if I want to rent it really. I could just do it on the Wii U, but I don't even know if I want to play it that bad. I don't think I want to spend money on it though, so maybe I could. The question is, do I ever want to play it? I think it's the thing. Do I ever want to play it? If I do, I should probably do it sooner than later. Unless they put that shit for sale for like $2 on Steam. Yeah, but you're right. Anyways, Epic Yarn. Man, it's been a long time since I played Epic Yarn. I do like Epic Yarn. I don't remember having any huge issues with it. I thought the art style was really nice. A lot of cool takes now, you know, I know on some of the songs. Cute little whimsical soundtrack for some of the original shit. Turning into different, you know, little things. Towards some kind of look. Fuck it. I'll just put it on there, dude. They sent it to me, they sent it to me. Alright, man, later. Thanks for hanging, dude. I bet you this Wii disc doesn't fucking work either. Wii disc. Zombie U. I mean, this will be a fun... I think I could turn this into a conversation about the Wii U, right? Yep. Thanks, man. As usual. Appreciate the chit chat. But yeah, Epic Yarn, I don't know. I thought it was a cute game. It mixes things up. Did it even have much suck powers? I don't even remember. Look, I don't remember it super well, but I do remember liking it enough. I probably put it. This one's not gonna be my most shining critique here. It's been 12 years, and I don't think it was a godly game when it came out. I don't think I loved it, but I did think it was good. And I think a lot of it was the presentation, and it does a lot of cute things with yarn. I can respect it more now because it actually mixed up the Kirby formula a fair bit. And it was also one of the earlier games that actually started using like crafts for visuals that they copied with Epic, you know, Woolly World and Rainbow Curse has claymation and stuff like that, you know. And a few other Nintendo ones. So I think it was novel at the time visually. It was on the Wii, so yeah, I mean, I think there was some motion shit, but it wasn't egregious. Egregious? Is that the word I'm looking for? I don't like using words wrong. Yeah, it wasn't egregious. It wasn't overdone. Levels of motion bullshit. Not a godly game, but you know, I would put it above a lot of these kind of, well, maybe more unique entries in gameplay like Canvas Curse and stuff. I think it's just more well executed. It also wasn't an insanely short game, which was pretty cool for Kirby. I think so. I might have done like most of the game. Yeah, 6 to 18 hours. So that would be one that could be replayed. Could do the 3DS one, but just to say, hey, I played a different game and see how the differences are. But I've heard, we talked earlier, somebody said that, or Coda said that other people have said that the extra epic yarn is just not as good. So, anyways, I don't. There's not much else to say on epic yarn. It's been too long, but I didn't want to replay it for this. It wasn't a stunningly bad or stunningly amazing game. I mean, I've played games over 12 years old that I still remember more clearly, right? It's just, it doesn't, not overly memorable. I think it's a serviceable platformer with some cool gimmicks and novel visual style still to this day. So. Mass Attack. So, Mass Attack was weird. I bought this one on the Wii U shop. Where do I want to put Mass Attack, man? Where is Mass Attack going? I guess I'll talk about it a bit. So Mass Attack is, I guess if you guys don't know, a touchscreen, completely focused. It's all touch, like Canvas Curse was. Pikmin-y, kind of. I wouldn't even give it the credit of calling it a real-time strategy, but this little game where you control 10 Kirbys at once, part of the problem. And you can flick them around and shoot them at shit, drag them to, very sloppy, to move them around, or just kind of hold on the screen to make them go somewhere. And that's kind of it. But it's, I think that's one of its negatives. What's up, Bradlos? How we doing, man? Yeah, I think that's one of the negatives of it, is it's mechanically extremely light. And the core, when they're just focused on the core mechanics in the level design, it's not super fun. I don't think I was ever just outright bored playing Mass Attack, and that's because of some stuff we'll get to later. But the core mechanics are its biggest problem. I really think tightening up the controls on some of these guys, allowing you to maybe split your group, control them a bit more freely, not be so over focused on just flicking on the screen. I mean, geez, my wrist was about to get out. It was just all flicking. The dragging shit around could have been better. I think if you at least cleaned up the feeling and the feedback of the movement and added a bit more of that kind of like Pikmin, you know, either different types of Kirbys that could do things or just better control of multiple Kirbys doing different things, that would have been nice. I think you could have probably put some button stuff in there as well. Not as easily as Canvas Curse, but you could have figured something out. Now where Mass Attack succeeds, and he succeeds pretty well at it, is level design and variety and presentation. Some of the best variety in the entire series. Most levels, I mean, they might be a different mini game in each level that the whole level's based around. Different visual styles, you know, different big crazy boss. You know, you might be in a tank in one of them. You might be fighting a treasure chest that's an eel. And one, you'll be fighting, you know, be one where you're in a tree that's like fucking moving left and right, and you can't have it like fall like Paul Bunyan style on the ground, and you have to like kind of bounce between it. And you know, the bosses are very expressive. It's not just overly reverent to the old stuff. There's not as many remixes. Even stuff like Woody Wisps, he's like a totem pole thing, and you know, they try to do cool stuff with it. They really branch out to try to mix up the series. And there's just a lot of different shit happening. Each level, you know, I'd go in each level, I'd be like, you know, like, man, I sure hope this isn't just the same old shit. And then it like really never was. It was always exciting to kind of do a level. I never was just like outright bored by it. Finding the collectibles is pretty entertaining. They're not like just in a super annoying spot. It's generally doable. The game has a deal like with a lot of Kirby games where it's padded a bit. A lot of things that you have, you know, 3 options. One of them has the secret, the others are nothing. You can't go back to check the secret one. You have to do the whole level again. You can't save and quit. You have to go through checkpoints that send you out of the level or just finish. To beat the actual game, just to unlock the last world, you have to get a collectible in every single stage. A specific one too, not just any. Some of the stuff like that kind of pads it out. It's already one of the longer Kirby games, and it just wasn't really necessary. It kind of bogs it down a bit, but on the plus side, that does mean you go and explore everything, and it's fun enough to do that. The things you unlock are fun. I think it's got the best sub games in the series. Easily. The pinball, the shmup, the RPG game, some of the other stuff is just fun. I've just finished them for fun. They're just entertaining. They were good. The presentation was fun or funny. Like the RPG thing with the epic, you know, like almost Castlevania music or something, and you're just like, you know, Kirby, right? Like, it just kind of worked. The pinball was cool. It makes cool use of the split screen. The bosses are fun. It saves the health, you know, improves on the Pinball Land one. The only big problem is just that core gameplay is just kind of weak, man. It really... And the first world doesn't give you a good impression because it's mostly just the core gameplay. But yeah, just the core gameplay and some of the padding. Sucks for some of the levels that aren't more gimmicky. The game's at its best when it's throwing a very gimmicky, novel, just out there thing at you. Like the tank level or something. kind of want to put it in A. This is probably disgusting to a lot of people. I don't know how Mass Attack was received. Mass Attack's better than Dreamland 3. We'll move these around. Stuff like Dreamland 3, like, in a vacuum is better than a lot of the games here, but where it falls in the series makes me hate it more. For Mass Attack, you can't really, like, it doesn't really matter where it is in the series, it's how it's been influenced. If anything, you'd give it more kudos for not being as influenced by the series and doing its own deal. But I just, as a game, it just got good levels. They're just fun. They mix them around. Good rewards to unlock. Yeah, I wish it cleaned up the gameplay. It's a low A, maybe even a B. I could respect either. We might move them around. But I went into it thinking it was going to be dog shit. I found myself enjoying it more than I thought. So, what was the reception for it back then? I mean, people were probably getting sick of touch heavy shit at this point. This was like tail end of the DS. Got 9s and 8s and shit. That was old journalism too. And 8 probably wasn't as bad 11 years ago, right? We'll put that on there for now. In the grand scheme of all games, I would never play Mass Attack again. I mean, I don't think it was a crazy great game, but I thought it was decent. Just as a Kirby game, I think probably better than a lot of these. Definitely more memorable. Okay. Now into the sterile, repetitive land. Starting with Dreamland. Return to Dreamland, baby. I think Return to Dreamland's like a high B. I guess. I'm thinking high B. We might have to start moving some of these down. B has a lot in them. I need to compare these a little more harshly. I mean, obviously D is just for the shit I just don't like outright. B's for wishy-washy shit. B's for like, A's for pretty good, and then S is actually a good game. Yeah, Return to Dreamland, it brings back superstar powers, which is awesome. I think it even expands on them a bit, adds in a few new powers, which is cool. Just doesn't really have that great a level design. You do have just a bit more speed, so it's a little bit more Squeak Squad in that aspect. It's the Wiimote sideways. I mean, you already got that fucking problem. Comfortable. Not that many buttons you're gonna be hitting, right? Very simple. But it does have more power variety going on. Like I said, more depth per power. The levels are very basic. The old Wii graphics. It's not super stylized. It is very just kind of sterile. They don't do a whole lot of fun stuff with it. It feels like a very just kind of generic PS2 era platformer. You know, Wii platformer, right? Almost the same fucking architecture, probably. Not the architecture, but graphical quality. So the presentation's not good there. Kirby's lost all of his charm. There's no fun expressions. He's not fucking around doing little fun things. So presentation's lacking. The new villains are lame. But you know, hey, it's 3D graphics. Mass Attack was the last sprite-based one. Oh, and also, did I mention that? Mass Attack looks really good. It's got really nice sprites. Very crispy looking visuals. Nice color. Oh, great. Good music too. Unique music. God, I totally forgot that on Mass Attack. Yeah, great presentation. Great music. That was not just the usual. Kirby Dreamland. I think when the series hits 3D, it was already losing most of its charm, but I think 3D definitely... They started standardizing everything up even harder than they already had. with his design and what emotions he can show, and whether they're gonna have him interact with people or have little skits. The story's like non-existent, and like even for Kirby, it's like super boring, right? Kirby's story doesn't matter at all. So the presentation side of things is not super exciting, but I do think the level design's a touch better than usual. It's a bit more fun to run through shit. You get all the powers. Some parts kind of made for some of the powers. It's got a new gimmick, which is the super powers, the giga powers. I don't remember what the names were. Boring. You're essentially just watching a big cutscene every time. It gets worse in Triple Deluxe, but yeah, you get a few. Each of the powers, kinda, sorta, like maybe 5 of them has like a super version. You know, the sword just stops you on the screen for like 6 seconds, and then just does a huge sword swipe. At scripted moments, almost, is when you have to use it. You don't just like randomly get it and use it on stuff. You have to use it in very end of the level areas, every other level. The most fun one was probably like the bowling ball, which is the ice one, which is pretty juicy, because you actually press it and it instantly flies out, and you go up jumps and stuff. The thing is, the feedback's bad. You use the button and it takes 10 years to do something, and it's not like the best animations. They're not that fun. Oh boy, you get a giant hammer, and then it just sits there. Oh, look, the hammer's really big. Woohoo! And then it just hits like, you know, a switch, and it just takes forever. And it's just not that satisfying. You pretty much just have to be drooling out the mouth, just so enamored by it being a giant hammer. Like, that's the whole gimmick, is all the abilities are really big and flashy. Not fun. I just think that was kind of lame. They don't bog down the levels too much. They don't happen all the time, and they managed to do worse in Triple Deluxe with that. But I liked the game more than I thought I would when I started playing it. It was, like I said, it brought back the good powers. They finally realized that, Jesus, man, maybe people actually want to like do a bit more with their powers. Still, it brings back the powers, right? So don't forget, 1996. We're bringing back 1996 to 20 what is this? The 2011, late 2011, right? Like, oh, maybe we should, you know, innovate in the series by bringing something back from something 15 years ago. So they're not really doing a whole lot, right? Like, it's hard to give them too much kudos for bringing back superstar powers 15 years later, but, you know, hey, they are back. They're fun enough. The new stuff sucks, but I mean, I guess the whip was in that, right? The spear was in that too, or was that? You'll see what I mean by this in a bit. But yeah, not a bad game. You could go a lot worse. It does bring co-op in a heavier way, I think. I didn't mess with it, but I think it's there, so not horrible. My throat is dying. Fly on the day where I'm talking this much. Then they do ports, and then Triple Deluxe. So now we're getting into the 3DS era, which some of the shittiest stuff and some of the best stuff. Mostly shit. This goes for most of the Switch era too until the newest game. I would say this is the darkest era for Kirby, in my opinion. At his most sterile, at his worst spin-offs. All the experiments are stuff in like, you know, game model, like money models and shit, like Super Kirby Clash and, you know, $7 games and stuff like that. Party games that are really shit. This is definitely, I would say, Kirby's darkest period, the dark ages of Kirby. Triple Deluxe sucks pretty bad, not horribly bad. This is another case like Dreamland 3. Okay, maybe it's better than Dreamland 2. We'll organize with that later. So, Triple Deluxe, it's still superstar powers, but I can't give a game kudos for being superstar powers anymore. It's at this point, almost 20 years since Superstar. So I can't really be like, oh, I'm glad Superstar's back. It's 20 years, all right? Like I can't. It's not. You need to fucking keep working on it. The level design needs to keep getting smoother. I mean, another thing is they start being cut and paste, copy and paste. Dreamland, mostly the same assets in a lot of places. All the icons are the same for all the abilities. The enemies are a lot of the same. The powers play exactly the same. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same fucking goddamn 3D models and shit. They start having a standardization with, you know, like I said, some of the art assets, how Kirby's characterized, what he does or doesn't do. Return to Dreamland is cut copy into Triple Deluxe, which is cut copy into Planet Robobot, but they change enough and refine enough to finally make a great game or a good game by the last one. But man, that's like what, three games in a series that's already not done shit for most of its life cycle. So it's really hard to give too many props for Triple Deluxe. It feels okay to play still, but where it changes from Return to Dreamland is it focuses a little harder on gimmicks and novelty. So I would say its biggest novelty gimmick thing is 3D. It makes too much use of the backgrounds and the foregrounds. Every level's got to have some zany background, foreground, jumping forwards and back. Something's hitting you from the back, something hitting you from the front. You're carrying a rod to hit something from the back and the front. There's gyro everywhere. You know, some of this is cool. Some of it can spice things up, but it gets to be like Kirby. It gets to be just too much. It's so like overly focused on it. It feels like some kind of like like not like a fan thing, but like, you know how it is in the old Wii games and the DS games where they're just kind of like over focused on a gimmick, and it starts to like be transparent about how much they were just focused on the gimmick instead of making it really work. Like, do all these bosses need to have a bunch of background, you know, diagonal shot? Do we need to have all these background foreground elements? I don't think it's like a bad, but it's just kind of, it just comes across as kind of tacky, maybe, is that the word? Just kind of lame. It's obviously a big gimmick on the 3DS. I'm talking like 3D, like stereoscopic 3D, not 3D graphics. So it was gimmicky there. Other than that, I mean, the level design's really not anything special visually or gameplay wise. It just takes pretty much all of your shit from, I mean, it's got like the carnival level, you know. Musically, it's nothing either. I don't think it's a horrible game, but it needed to do so much more than Return to Dreamland, and it just decided to do less that I kind of have to just drop it harder. This list is a lot more subjective than usual. I would say a lot of these games are probably better than some of the other games on this list, but I think that since we did this series playthrough in a row, right? It changes how you view a lot of these, which I think is interesting, right? With the VN, I could just compare it. You're comparing a game to another game, and you know, there's not like a lot of bleed over, but I'm comparing Dreamland 3 to, you know, Superstar, and that's one of the reasons it's in B. Is just because of lack of maybe innovation and where it falls in the history of the series. I think that's interesting. So that's kind of how this one's working a bit. So that's kind of what I mean with like Triple Deluxe, is like it needed to do so much more after Return to Dreamland, and it does less. Oh, and the other gimmick, the instead of the super big abilities, it's the super sock, the hypernova sock or whatever, and it's just like, it's even worse. All you do is just sit still, watch a cutscene where he just is sucking for gratuitously long amounts of time. Big objects. He just sucks big objects now. He sucks in a whole tree. Whoa, and it's rainbow and it's crazy. And that's it. Instead of like even giant powers, it's just you're just sucking in that. There's a few like little puzzles with it. Ooh, I'm gonna suck a big block off a fucking ledge and it'll drop and I can walk over it. And it's like, and it's slow and it's boring and it's just like, Jesus, dude, this was it. You know, your answer to the boring return to Dreamland bullshit with all the fucking gigapowers was to make it 1 gigapower. That's even more boring. And it's just used all the time and it's just. Oops, sorry. Just not that exciting. I remember if this one had a shmup section earlier. I mean, I guess that's something to mention with the series is they tend to have shmup endings sometimes. I thought those were always cool, but I don't think they're that big a deal. I like when they're there, but I don't hate big games when they're not. I wonder if this had one. But anyways, that's not a big deal. Yeah. I don't think it's a bad game, but it's just a very basic Kirby game that really needed to be more at this point. It takes too many steps back for the sake of gimmicks that aren't really well realized. And so now, uniquely to the 3DS, each of these games has, well, okay, so every Kirby game has a lot of sub-games, right? But in the 3DS ones, they have big sub-games that they put a generous amount of time into, to the point where they call the game Triple Deluxe because it's 3 games, right? Triple. The other 2 suck. But, and the main game's like 90% of the gameplay, but whatever, you call it Triple Deluxe anyways. It's more of a focus. So, within that you get DDD's Rhythm game, and you get Kirby's Fighters Deluxe. And I would talk about those now, except they have standalone versions of these games that are more fleshed out. So they started doing this thing where they make $7 versions of the sub-games in that Kirby game. Robobot does it, Triple Deluxe does it. So the DDD Rhythm game has a $7 standalone version, and the Smash clone Kirby Fighters Deluxe has a standalone version. So what I say about those is going to reflect back on Triple Deluxe. Just assume that everything I say about those is worse in Triple Deluxe because it's smaller. And that's about it. Whew, I'm going to take a piss break though. So we'll be getting into Kirby Fighters Deluxe and DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe next. Yo, what's up, Cold? How you doing, man? Good luck. I will lead the luck. Big piss. Kodo's suffering, man. That's how he's doing. I'm doing pretty good. I feel like I'm getting sick. My throat's getting a little sore. I feel kind of meh. But we're gonna finish this out and do some FF14. Maybe I'll do it offline or just rest. I got some shit to do this weekend, so I don't really want to be sick. So all these staring emotes. Do I need a staring emote? I don't think this one counts. More of like a disappointment thing. Like a big googly staring emote. Yeah. Ooh. But yeah. So if you guys are wondering what's going on, I kinda need like a moment here. Just to kinda chill and collect the old thoughts. Doing the tier list. I couldn't do Rainbow Curse. The disc did not work. I don't know if they have a replacement for me. I don't want to spend $40 on it. That is just too much for a game that's over 10 years old. Or almost 10 years old. And I don't know if I could find a good used one, so we're just gonna do Rainbow Curse another time. We've got the core of the series done. The only two we're missing is Rainbow Curse and Kirby Fighters 2, which I don't want to pay $20 for a Smash game. / clone. Maybe if it ever went on sale, I'm willing to slap those in, but this was well, for the most part, something we did over 2 weeks. I'd played a lot of these many years ago, so it's not a huge like event where I set it up and they're all ready to go, and this was just kind of fun for me. So I'm willing to just skip out on a couple for now. We can have a discussion about the series, I think, without Rainbow Curse, which we played the other version, or the original, the prequel to, or whatever, and then Kirby Fighters 2, which we also played first. So we're doing a tier list. This is just comparing each game to each other. This is not final. I'm going to move these around. We're going to compare them within the tiers, so I'm going to put which ones are better than the other ones, I think, if I can. Some of these are really hard to compare, some of these. Just for fun, just to chit chat, you know, throw your opinions in. I'm all about the discussion of it. This tier list is a little different than some of the ones we've done before, because this one is all for one series, which, and we did them very back to back. So the history and where they should have went and where they didn't go, kind of matters. Even if one game is objectively better than another, you know, in some cases it should be more at this point. It's a bit more historically influenced, so maybe a little bit more subjective there, but no, it's fun. And then we'll talk about the entire series as a whole at the end of this. It's a big multi-hour thing. I have fun with it. I just like talking about it or talking with people about them. I really like video games. I like to talk about them. I think it's fun to try to dig into these. Okay, so we left off on Triple Deluxe. We're kind of going in order. The Triple Deluxe came out, and we talked about how that game was. But the spin-offs, which, like I said, this will reflect back on Triple Deluxe a little bit. Yeah. Cool. There's your spin-offs. Kirby Fighters Deluxe sucked. It was just a piss poor. For $7, it's a bit more justifiable, but just as a game worth your time, it's a shitty Smash clone. It just uses the powers right out of Triple Deluxe in Smash stages, and you just beat up your friend, and that is all there is to it. There's no really... The arcade mode's not really that cool. There's no like story mode. There's no extra little features. That's it. You just, you know, you could clear an arcade mode in like 10 minutes. You can do it with different different powers, and do it with a friend. I don't know how easy it is to do 3DS shit with a friend, but I was not setting that up with anybody. But just not that fun. Not really worth the time. $7. I mean, yeah, it's cheap, but even that's probably a little too much. Just kind of whatever. There's not much else to say on it. It's 2 bare bones, even for $7. DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe. You could buy Muse Dash for $2. So that makes this game a D. I haven't played Muse Dash, but point is, if you want a rhythm game, there is a lot of rhythm games out there for really cheap, cheaper than $7, that are way better, have a lot more songs, and play much more fun. DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe has like what, 8 songs, 1 retro one. The rest are just kind of like triple deluxe songs, which a lot of them are fucking weak anyways. And all you do is instead of going with the rhythm, you go with like a bass line, like a drum beat, like a metronome almost, to the song, and it just infinitely plays. It's on a timer, so it's just 3 minutes arbitrarily, not the song length. Beatability and a map. The map, the Beetle. Oh, compared to the Triple Deluxe version? Because the Beetle ability was in Triple Deluxe, right? Or in Return to Dreamland. But you just mean compared to maybe the game itself? Yeah, I didn't play every single character in Triple Deluxe. I just played the standalone version after 1 round of Triple Deluxe's version. Yeah, nothing really crazy going on. But yeah, DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe, there's just not enough songs. The gameplay is like, instead of doing like a complicated set of rhythm things with maybe different inputs, you just jump to a metronome while the song's going in the background. You go forwards and back and try to dodge shit. And I mean, it's cool trying to have platforming work with rhythm, but it's been done since and probably before, and for the money is just not that good. I would say it's one of the worst Kirby games easily. Somebody said there's no bad Kirby games. I didn't play DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe. I guess, but just not that fun. It's very short, just very dull, and not a good rhythm game. Not the kind of rhythm game you want. You want to be going with the music, feeling it. You don't just want to do a metronome beat with DDD jumping at different speeds. And yeah, so Triple Deluxe's spin-offs, not so good. Kind of like the game itself. It's not that great. It's okay. It needed to be more than it was. And these are just so anyways, that's those. Also, I need to add some shit to my finished pile. Let me do that real quick as another little break. I did not add the last few Kirby games. The last one I have on here is Tilt and Tumble. Let me do this real quick. I need to keep this damn finished pile just underneath the stream updated. I'll forget. I think it was... what was after Tilt and Tumble? I think it was just Canvas. Alright, this is probably not the best time to do this, but I just remembered it. I think after Tilt and Tumble it was Canvas Curse. Let me put that on here. Kirby Canvas Curse, then it was Kirby Mass Attack. And then I think I did Dream Chorus, that one, and then Star Allied. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and I will organize those in the bigger list later. I just want to get those on there. Or I forget. My bad. sucked. Anyways, yeah, next up would be Robobot, which, oh Jesus Christ. After doing the same thing in Return to Dreamland and Triple Deluxe, and which are all just doing things that Superstars did 20 years ago, we finally refined the formula and made really fun levels and made a gimmick that actually fucking is like fun to use and not just a cutscene thing like Triple Deluxe and Return to Dreamland. They did it. It's 2 hours shorter than the other games, but hey, you know, I'll take a better 4 to 5 hour game over a 6+ hour game that's more boring. So Planet Robobot has all your abilities like Superstar style, adds a few more in that are fun, but really where it succeeds, because I mean for the most part that's just copy pasted, except Psy and shit. They add Psy, which is cool, in the circus one and the bell one. Well, no, the circus one was in Triple Deluxe. I don't remember which ones they all had in Robobot, because the focus is the level design is way better. Visually, it's way more interesting what's going on, and the robot is actually fun instead of just a cutscene you watch. So, you know, the levels are more focused on like tech. The levels actually like interact with you. There could be like a car coming down a highway and you gotta like dodge it. You know, it's part, the levels, visuals are part of the platforming, which is really fun. The casino, you know, you gotta dodge balls and the roulette machine and all that, or the roulette wheel, and you know, they try to incorporate really cool stuff. It switches visual styles really often. You're not just in the city forever, you're swapping between the city, into the casino, and all this other stuff, into the tech area, inside a computer. The level design is just more fun. The finding the secrets is entertaining. It's not bloated. They're not annoying to go back and get. You can generally kind of figure out how to do them there. You just gotta like want to do it and find the secrets. It doesn't have as much 3D gimmicks like Triple Deluxe. It has a few. It has one moment with gyro, which is totally fine. And then it incorporates the robot, which takes all of your powers and gives them this cool new twist on them in a giant robot suit, which those are fun. It doesn't show up too often, but it does show up, you know, every couple levels. They don't overkill it, right? It's not at the end of every level, like Return to Dreamland almost did. And it's actually fun when it appears, you know. They'll have the level design around, you know, cutting some logs or something, or, you know, turning into a certain thing. They only let you get so many powers when you're in the robot suit, because they designed the level around actually using the powers, unlike most Kirby games. So they narrow the focus, but then it increases the fun and lets you explore the powers more, and I think that was really cool. Very over the top ending craziness. It's got shmup sections again. The robot can turn when it gets the jet power into a shmup thing, which is a great way to mix things up. It's over before you know it, but it's fun the whole time. The music's good. It's remixing shit. I mean, as usual, like Kirby does. Most of the shit's remixed. But hey, it's remixing, you know, the factory song from, you know, Kirby 64, yeah, or some shit like that, right? But overall, yeah, the presentation's nice. It's all over the top. The ending and or the story and all that. I mean, it's got more than usual, but it's very ignorable. It's a good time. There's a Star Fox section. Straight up Star Fox, where you take over the halberd. I thought that was fun. So you can feel them start to go apeshit with this one, and Star Allies and Forgotten Land definitely carry that on. So for sure, I think it's just good. It's just tightly paced. It's well paced. Like I said, you're moving between a lot of variety. All of it's fun. Nothing's bloated. The powers are there, but you know, some of them actually get focused because of the robot. And it's just clean. It took them a few games doing this copy paste style to finally kind of like, you know, get it. The level design down to what it needed to be. glad they did. I had fun with that. And this was pretty far into me playing all the games. So, you know, if there was a game I was going to be burnt out on and didn't like just because I'd played too many in a row, it would have been Robobot. But luckily, I did have fun with it. And we got a lot of the power-ups. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention Triple Deluxe and this and stuff. They start requiring you to get a certain amount of collectibles. I didn't mean power-ups, collectibles. To move on. And I don't think that's bad if they're fun to get. But I don't think until Robobot they're fun to get. I just kind of wanted to ignore them for the most part. Anyways. That was Robobot. Now there's 2 Robobot spin-offs in the game. I didn't really play the ones in the game for more than 2 seconds because I played the standalone version. Team Kirby Clash Deluxe, which I did not play because Super Kirby Clash Deluxe is the same game with more shit. So I'm not going to play a game for this that's just the same thing with less content. I mean, it's literally the same thing. I don't even think it's functionally like any different. I think it's the same areas. I know it's the same bosses. It's the same free to play. So I guess we could talk about Super Kirby Clash. I don't know. So when I played Super Kirby Clash, I wasn't bored with it. It wasn't a rancid game by any stretch of the imagination. It was partially because I was playing with people, partially because seeing levels go up is exciting. But when you really look at it, it's so bare bones. The monetization scheme behind the whole thing is just so gross. There's just so little actual content. Like, if you guys have not seen the game, it's a free-to-play game with millions of fucking bucks, and not millions, a lot of money in microtransactions. Compared to most gachas or free-to-play games, it's more generous, but it's still the same issue where the core experience just isn't that great. Like, I mean, all you do, it's essentially like a Monster Hunter. You just fight Kirby bosses by yourself with AI or with friends, which is, and you can only do so much of that at a time. You have a stamina system. You can pay to, you know, get some of that back. You can pay for currencies to buy better gear, and you kind of just keep going into these fights like Monster Hunter, upgrading your gear, going through the story, which is very generous to call it a story. And then you move into the post-game area, and then that was where I stopped playing because it was the same fights. I think there's a Morphinite fight, or Galactonite, or whatever the fuck fight at the very end. And we got credits, we finished. It was 16 hours. I had fun with it, but it was kind of fun just talking about it. I think at the end of the day, this kind of monetization thing, the stamina thing, I think it's always been bad for games. I think it's a horrible thing. And even though it's not as bad as some versions of it, you know, just because horse armor wasn't, you know, isn't as bad as a $40 League of Legends skin, you know, doesn't mean it's still not bad. So I don't like that on principle, but I also just think the game has bad netcode. It's just, there's only 4 classes. It's the same ones from Kirby Clash Deluxe. Which is, most of those are still the same powers from Triple Deluxe, which is the same powers from 20 years ago, and Superstar Ultra. So there's only 4. They mix it up a bit. You get like a time stop thing. The healer is a little different, although he is the Robobot medical guy. But they mix it up a bit. Throat's starting to finally fucking give out. But 4 classes, you can't just freely buy stuff. You need to be very careful with your apples. If you've got a friend or a very cool guy like we had, helping you burn through online content, you're going to get a lot of extra apples, which is needed to buy anything. You need apples to unlock quests. You need apples to buy stuff. You need apples to buy perma. To buy equipment, to buy perma upgrades. So you're gonna have to just ignore most of those mechanics, most of those RPG factors. For me, I was able to make it through the story without needing to wait and without needing to farm any apples or anything. I started skipping tiers of gear. I started bringing only AI that had my gear, except one healer, which I would on your gear because I just needed his healing. And you kind of have to be a little too careful just to beat the story. Otherwise, it's kind of this grindy wait thing. You're gonna run out of apples. You're gonna redo missions over and over, the same bosses with some arbitrary fucking, you know, oh, come in with this set of gear on, right? Which is to get you to buy that gear, which costs apples. You're gonna get, you know, less apples than you spent to get the thing, but when you get enough challenges done, it ups your max level or something. It's all just a kind of a cycle to kind of keep you spending lots of apples, which at the end of the day can be bought with money. So of course it's all gonna work towards that, right? So it can be addicting. It's fun seeing your shit level up. I had fun with some of the classes, but I ended up just essentially just using charge on sword and seeing big numbers go off. It was more about that generic feeling of progress and RPG mechanics than it was really a fun game. And I just can't condone the free to play, man. Like, I don't think it's a fun style of doing things. I mean, yeah, it's free and you could get some fun out of it. It's Kirby, but I would recommend most other games of the series over it. And I'm glad that's hopefully the end of it. So yeah, in a weird way, like I had fun with that. I was never bored, but I don't think it's good. And people shouldn't think it's good. And so that feeds into Team Kirby Clash Deluxe because it's the same thing with less content. So the other Robobot spinoff was Kirby's Blow Up Blast, which I thought was cool. Another B game. Yeah, I'll put that there. I don't think it's better, as good as Mass Attack or Adventure or anything, but I think it's for what it is, it's better than Triple Deluxe. For what it is. So you gotta realize Blowout Blast is a $7 game, but it's a game that feels like it's worth the $7, unlike DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe, Kirby Fighters Deluxe. It's a cute little semi-puzzle 3D movement. This game where you just pick up stars and you shoot them at enemies, and it sounds nice when you shoot dudes. There's a big, you know, hit stun thing that happens every single time, so it just feels really meaty and rewarding to shoot guys. And it ricochets off them, and it's kind of like pretty much just bowling all the time with Kirby, running around a level. It's got, you know, probably an hour's worth of stages, but you can get bonus stages, and like I think I had an extra dark DDD fight at the end or something. So it's got an okay amount of content for 7 hours. I can see it being fun to get higher scores and all that shit. I had fun just running through it. Like I said, it feels smooth to pick up stuff, run around, going through levels, trying to go fast. Shooting shit, it's not very difficult, very complicated, but I think it's a cool little $7 game. I mean, it feels like a $7 game that's actually worth the $7. It's the neat small concept that you wouldn't want for a full game, but you know, it doesn't, but it's still worth exploring, right? So I think it was fun. Probably the best spin-off one they did. Now I'm taking a break. My throat died. I know, yeah. Like I said, if anybody's got a piece they want to say on any of these, by all means. By all means. I know that I just kind of keep going, so that's why I say this often during these, because I just kind of keep talking. And don't let the non-stop talking stop you from throwing in an opinion, because that's more the fun of it, man. I'm not, you're not gonna prove with the list. We're just talking, having fun with it. It's not like when I finish this list, the Kirby series is gonna get deleted or something if I don't like it. Alright. How far did you get into the post game with the new games? Forgotten Land, I did every Waddle Dee, and I did the first few levels in the post game. I did all the challenges. Robobot, I think I did like 80% of all the collectibles. I don't remember how much post game there was. Superstar Ultra, I did everything but the 2 arenas. I did the Meta Knight mode. I did the harder version of Spring Breeze, and we did all the other shit. Star Allies, I did a few levels in every mode and all the mini games. I didn't go all the way through any of them though. Star Allies was kind of. What are the other ones after that? I essentially did more. I liked it more. And a lot of them were kind of whatever. I don't remember what Triple Deluxe had as like a post game. I just tried everything out for a bit, and then I did the core game. I probably did half of the collectibles in Triple Deluxe, or maybe 2/3. I mean, you had to do a lot of it. Did a few in Return to Dreamland of the side things. In the ship, some of the challenges, and then mostly just got a heavy amount of collectibles. I'm kind of talking about completionism. I don't know exactly the post game on some of these, but I don't think they all had like a big post game like Forgotten Land or Star Allies kind of does. I did the extra stages in Star Allies too after I beat it that they unlocked in the campaign, the little credits one and shit. I think Epic Yarn, I've 100% in Epic Yarn when I played that a long time ago. I'm looking through the timeline right now. I would say overall, not, 100% post game, but gave it all a fair shake. And if I liked it enough, we kept going. Oh, Mass Attack. We did. I mean, I don't know if there's post game there. And obviously I didn't 100% it, but I think we got like 80% of the collectibles. Beat the actual final boss, and I played all of the mini games to completion. I mean, the idea for a lot of these is I try everything, give it all a fair shake, and if I want to keep going, we'll do more. I think post games are cool in games, but I don't think it's some post games are iffier than others in games that it's like you have to do it to get the actual experience. But I didn't ignore them. Yeah, I was like, I don't think it had a post game. A lot of these didn't have like a post game. Like Star Allies did because you unlock multiple modes after. And that one I dabbled in for 2-3 hours, I think we did. Which was a fair amount. We cleared each mode. No, we didn't clear. We cleared one stage of the mode where you try a little bit of everybody, but I just thought Star Allies wasn't that amazing. So we just kind of gave everything a shake. I did all the difficulties of the mini games, and yeah, I try to give everything a very good shake just to have a nice opinion on it. See if it's any fun. But no. Don't think we 100%ed any post games very often. Not that there was that many to do that in. Forgotten Allies, I think, would be the only one I'd probably ever go back and do a little extra in, but since I 100%ed the core game, that was enough for me at that point. I think I did everything in Epic card. I don't know if I had post game. Been a while. Yeah, I wonder. It'd be interesting to know, like, if there was like data or like a poll on that. How often people actually, how much side content people do in these, and how much post game. I mean, generally in every game, people aren't gonna do as much post game or side content. That's just how it is. Most people don't even finish their games. But it'd be interesting to see for each series. I wish that kind of data somehow existed. It'd be cool to know. But don't even start game. Start so many games. You couldn't even believe. Couldn't even believe it. Believe it. Alright, so next up, Kirby Battle Royale. We didn't play these all in a row either. I just kind of jumped around the series. In other series I've played, we've been going in order. Robobot? Yeah, Robobot was just good. Which mode exactly do you mean? Not the mini games, right? Or are you thinking of Blowout Blast? Something that unlocked afterwards? I'm trying to remember. Oh, the True Arena, yeah. Yeah, I like the idea of boss rushes, but they tend to put in enough boss rushes in the Kirby games. That since I play them all like in one night, and usually I'm not wanting to come back for like another whole boss rush. But maybe we could do some more of those for shits if I replay some of these. Yeah, there's supposed to be some cool bosses in some of those. Oh. Yeah, Robobot just had good stuff going on, so I'm not surprised there. Yeah, normally I'm more the type to try to 100% everything in a lot of games. Well, outside Insano stuff, but a lot of Kirby stuff I was just good after we finished a lot of the core shit and tried all the content out for half an hour to an hour. I think it says something about the series. More time than all the other bosses combined? Just in one attempt, or it is just really hard? You had to do it multiple times? Star Stacker Day rank? Yeah, well, that's Super Star Stacker. They don't have Super Star Stacker on here. I guess they didn't want to put that on there because it wasn't in English. But Star Stacker would rate high as well. It's just fun. Super Star Stacker is great. I wish they had Super Star Stacker in this list. I can't add anything to it. Yeah, I thought it was one of the best puzzle ones. Oh, fight is lengthy. Shit, I should look that up. I try to at least like watch the stuff that maybe we don't mess with, and like boss rushes. But rest my voice by talking. Yep, and this list isn't final yet. I'm gonna move stuff around, and we're gonna move stuff within the tiers. So some things are like a high B, but some are like a low B, right? Then we'll talk about the whole series, but we won't be on this that much longer. Not gonna be like the VN one where it's like a fucking all day thing, right? Every VN I've ever played. Alright. Next up is Kirby Battle Royale. That's an easy D. Straight up. Easiest D in my life. I would say this is one of the worst Kirby games. For a full price 3DS game, not enough modes. The single player is so fucking repetitive. There's like what, 8 different mini games. So what it needed to do is either lean into the Mario Party more, make more unique, fun little mini games, and a nice little vehicle to put them all in, instead of a lobby where you just pick out missions. Or needed to lean more into like a party combat thing. And then expand on the gameplay mechanics a little bit or something. At the end of the day, man, most of these just, like, a lot of the powers just aren't that interesting to use. The swords, like, just too damn strong. And the gameplay is just, they're not that exciting. You just sit in a lobby and then you pick from a bunch of lists, a bunch of different these mini games you've already done a million times with slightly different rules or stipulations you need to do. And it just gets old, man. It's like a 6, 7, 8 hour thing. Or was it 5? I don't even remember now. Yeah, there's a lot of Kirby games and there's a lot of spin-offs. And we're missing, obviously, Superstar Stacker, but this should be the rest of the series here. But yeah, I don't know, man. Kirby Battle Royale just, the like cell shaded or hyper contrast with the like black border thing looked okay. The top down free movement, but it's like, it feels like a game that would be like okay with your friends to play like a couple times, and then you'd be kind of okay, I'm done on it. Like, why would you play this over Mario Party? Why would you play this over like a Smash? Go play like fucking Power Stone or something, right? Like, I don't, like, it's just, for a full price game, it's just, even with friends, there's just so many better experiences. There's not enough content. The single player is just fucking just, I don't say abysmal, but it's just nothing, right? I wouldn't be surprised if they string the single player together in a weekend. All you gotta do is make the castle, which you don't even explore. You don't go walk around and talk to people a lot, right? You don't like go through like little stages and then end up in a mini game, or there's not like a fun little story. It's just he's making clones of Kirby for his battle royale, and then you beat him up, and then like that's kind of it, and you're there for the cake. And it's just, they could have done so much more to spice up having just 8 mini games. I mean, have more mini games, right? But just the hub and just all sorts of stuff to make the single player spicier. And you finish that and you get all these little powers and stuff, which don't really add that much spice either because you get them so late, and they're like, they're just like, hey, you want more range or more speed. It's just too focused on the brawler gameplay, and it's not that fun of a brawler gameplay. A bit more focused on unique mini games. And then yeah, you unlock all that stuff and you can use it in like multiplayer and shit, and it's just like, ugh, that's the game. It feels like a $10, maybe $20 game, but it's a full price 3DS game, and don't know what they were thinking on that. I'm sure there's some fun to be had with your friends a little bit, but there's so much better. And just compared to everything else, it was dull, man. I was ready to be done by the end of it. I mean, the whole time we were just talking about like, wow, this is it, like, this is the game. And then I just go through, 8 hours of mini games over and over to finally finish it. And yeah. Like, not much else to say on that. You don't swap powers even. You just go in and choose a power. Yeah. 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 2 left. 2 left. Then we're gonna do some fine tuning. Really wish we could have played Rainbow Curse and Kirby Fighters 2, but too pricey. My disc didn't work on Rainbow Curse. Maybe in the future. I'd love to add on to this. I need to watch Lucky Star. Oops. This is Lucky Star, yeah? The little blue rascal. Looks like the Lucky Star chick. This is what we watch. Like probably a gotcha one.
Boy next door. This thing is $300.
Yeah, let's get back to this. There's probably a million gotcha versions. Fucking gourmet race. So next up, Star Allies. Star Allies was pretty lukewarm for me. I think that one's sitting at a low C, man. I almost want to throw it into fucking the D's, but I think it's a bit better than D. See, the things I respect about Star Allies are all in concept, not in execution. There's some content I also respect, but... So some of the pluses of Star Allies, I guess, are it's got probably the most powers in the series. When you couple that with having 15 different, you know, allies from the whole thing, like DDD and Meta Knight and Marks and all this shit, there's a lot of gameplay options there. And that'd be cool if you ever really made good use of any of it. Like, it's just, like, that's kind of it, right? I think it's slightly saved by its post-game modes on that front, but the core level design is just so fucking dry and dull compared to Robobot. It just looks boring. The layout of the levels, there's nothing really going on. No cool use of the powers. If you try to actually jump on your allies' backs to use them, anytime you get hit, because your hitbox is like 10 times as big as usual, then you jump off them, so you don't even get to use them really. You can't even use their like up moves because it kicks you off the thing. It just, as a single player experience, it just, you know, there's so many extra features and abilities and stuff, and they just get so underutilized, man. Make it so I could just swap with like L or R between different fucking characters. Make it so the post-game mode maybe is more in the normal game, the one where you actually have to use a certain guy to get through obstacles and use his mechanics and stuff. Like, it's a Zerg fest. It's a bitch to fight anything because there's just too much. There's so much shit going on. You can just walk past it and your guys will just kill it. The bosses, you just could stand around, or if you try to get in there, you can barely see what's going on. They're just not fun to dodge. It's kind of like Amazing Mirror on that front, where it's just this shitty Zerg fest, and it just makes all the bosses suck. It's cool seeing all of them there for the fan service, I don't care about the fan service as much because I don't have any old nostalgia for the series. I mean, it's all relatively recently played, but it's still cool seeing people I've played games for a little bit, but it just none of that translates into gameplay. And I get there's co-op. That's cool, you know, but I mean, there's a single player experience too. Like, I mean, not like it was made specifically just for co-op. Like, it's got, you know, it's all, like, most of it's single player. I mean, it has single player mechanics to let you use those guys, and it just ends up being really wishy-washy. It's not, doesn't have, I mean, it's got an okay amount of stages, a lot of refights on bosses like most Kirby's. It felt like the game was short, but it was like 5 or 6 hours, and we did a few hours of post-game. Yeah, it's just, after Robobot, to go back to such shitty level design, especially when you fleshed out, or not fleshed out, added so many more moves and mechanics, it's just silly. It's a great comparison, because Robobot adds the robot, but they're very fine-tuned areas, very condensed, that you have to use the robot in, and only 1 or 2 powers are even available. So all the puzzles and all the obstacles have something to do with that power, and it's like, it's fun, right? Because it's made for that, because they know you're going to have it. Where in this, it could be anything. It's 4 people playing at once, possibly. Being able to fly infinitely at max speeds, or having to just double jump like with the fucking robot lady. So the level design has to all accommodate that, and it just makes none of it fun. It's just a very just dull, sterile, just weak ass Kirby game, man. No fun interactions between any of these characters. I know most of them were like update DLC and shit, but it's like, I don't know, man. Kind of expect a little bit more coming off of Robobot, and I think they're going for this kind of like all-star, hey look, everybody's here kind of thing, and so over focused on that, and I guess being on the Switch, that they just drop the rest. Because like I've always said, I don't think Kirby has really at the core level godly gameplay. It's not super duper fun, so they have to make up for it in really good level design, nice variety, either set pieces or gameplay changes like a shmup area, right? And this just doesn't do any of it. So if you like the fan service, hey, that's cool. But as a game, I just don't think it's fun enough, man. I think the post game saves it a bit. More focused areas with certain people, being able to play through kind of like in Forgotten Land, a little post-game like shortened version of an area with a specific guy. Lets you kind of explore some of these dudes a bit more, which is fun. You know, some hidden bosses and all that. It's got your arenas, and you could use the different characters, and you know, that's cool. I just wish the main game had more of that. It's got some optional levels. Otherwise, most of the stuff you unlock is the ability to pick out more partners in a roulette wheel. Might as well just let you pick them manually. I always thought that was weird. The AI is not great. They get themselves killed on anything that allows them to be squished. Otherwise, nothing really bad happens with them. There's not enough situations for the AI to be bad, but when there is, they show that they are bad. I mean, the fan service is okay, man. Right. But every Kirby game's fan service, dude. They all kind of, like most of the mainline ones, kind of just keep borrowing from Dreamland and Adventure. So, a game that's completely focused on that, like, hey, that's cool, let's do Meta Nightmare, but the whole game, right? Like, that would be totally fine. Like, let me press LR, swap between DDD, Meta Knight, switch out dudes, you know, maybe put different guys, you know, different worlds are gonna have different guys in my party. That would be cool, right? You know, Marx is on L, Robo Lady's on R in this world. The levels are designed around that. Kirby still exists. He can do some light stuff that he might need to do here and there, but they are needed for very specific things. Flesh those out more. Make level design based around it. Make it fun. Maybe have the finale world, let you pick anybody, and then you could go back, and well, maybe not go back. Have a bonus post-game mode where you can do anything, right? But no, it's just kind of the sloppy, just shotgun blast of stuff and see what sticks. I just think it's weak. It's more fun than a lot of these on the bottom, because at least it's still, I mean, or Amazing Mirror, because at least it still flows like an okay platformer. It does have all of your powers. Got, like I said, the most powers in the game, in any of these games, so that's impressive. So if you really like something, you know, it's probably at its most crispy here. Like, I like the flying one, was really good. Which was kind of it, man. I mean, the ending where it's like a third, like an over the fucking shoulder shooter was interesting. And the lore implications, I didn't know I ever needed lore in Kirby, and I still don't think I do. But you know, it's cool if it's there if people want to dig. They obviously don't have the nuts to put it at the forefront of the series. It's kind of just there, either indirect lore implications, or they explain some side characters away and some stuff. It's cool. I don't mind more depth of like story and stuff. Problem is, once you introduce that to the series, you can't take it away. So like, don't know how much sweaty lore stuff you're gonna want. Kirby, it doesn't really fit it. I also feel like the reason people might be interested in it is that it's Kirby lore. Whoa, you don't expect the Kirby games to have crazy lore, and like that novelty is like the whole thing, where the lore's really not that good. I haven't read everything on it. We talked about the lore a good chunk in Star Allies, and I've talked about it in the past before playing some of the old Dreamlands. But like I said, I don't think the settings or anything really make you ask any questions. Maybe some of the like spooky end bosses in some of the old games, but only Forgotten Land really makes you ask anything, because it's like you're in like ruins and shit. So they don't really try to bring that kind of lore side of things to the forefront of their games ever. So it's hard to really get too deep into it. It's a lot more just the contrast of this game that seemingly has no story or backstory that actually has a dark backstory, you know, like whatever, dude. It's whatever. I don't think that's enough reason to say Star Allies is awesome. It's not pure shit, but I think it's one of the weaker of the 2D ones. And at this point in the series, this many years into the series, we've been copying Superstar for, I mean, how many years now would it be? "22 years of Superstar." Well, they only started bringing Superstar back 15 years after Superstar, but then, you know, it's been another 10 years of Superstar, but it's hard to really give them props for having Superstar gameplay anymore. That's what I said earlier with Kirby Triple Deluxe. Hey, it's Superstar gameplay, but everything else sucks more. I'm definitely not going to give the game that came out many years after that any props. But what I will give props to is the next game. It's good. It does mix it up. And I think it mixes it up and objectively does good. I think Forgotten Land's definitely one of the best ones. I mean, the series has needed a shake-up since like the fucking SNES. I think jumping into 3D is a cool way to take it. They go back to Dreamland style powers where it's just one button does one thing for the most part. There's not a whole lot of combos or anything, but where it changes things is it's more focused on exploration and actually using these powers in cool ways or areas to make them interesting. Like, in lieu of having actual depth to the powers and the movement tech, which I do think it needs better move tech than the next one, it's you just walk for the most part. When you're not explored, it's super fucking just whatever. But luckily it is focused on exploration. Linear, if it's like a linear 3D exploration thing, it's like not like open or anything. Kind of open. But on top of that, they've got a lot of variety of stages. You know, the cool ruins. There's the parade and the circuses, and you know, really colorful, nice like beach bits, and a lot of pace changers. They're getting little flying sections, car sections where you're riding around, little shoot 'em up bits, little puzzles, and they're throwing all sorts of shit in there to try to keep it spicy. I think they probably could have used more of those inanimate object things that I'm talking about. Those are the pace changers. But I think for this first game, it's totally fine. They try this new thing out where you evolve powers instead of... and that's where the powers get a touch more depth. Still the same buttons, they just kind of mix up how they work a little bit. Instead of just raw changing how some of the buttons work, maybe when you roll on the ground now, you'll flick something at the end, so you can kind of use like a flick, like on the needle, to do stuff. The bosses are more, you actually have to dodge. The Dark Souls of Kirby games. You gotta dodge around, there's a little bit more going on. It's a much more immersive and fun cinematic because of the 3D, so the presentation's nice. It's not overly reverent. The rest of the fucking series, Jesus. I mean, I wish DDD didn't look like shit, and I wish he actually spoke. But it's not just remixes of Gourmet Race. It's not just, you know, the same fucking dudes and this, you know, I'm going greens every time, you know, like. I mean, Wispy's in there, but he's like a fucking Hawaiian, like, soul patch, like, fucking, like, thick tree. I mean, it's funny. You know, it knows to be a Kirby game, but it doesn't live too much in the past, and I think it makes good innovations and strides forward to do like new cool shit, and actually executes pretty well. I think it's fun. I was definitely done with it by the end. I think in the next one they're definitely going to need more fun movement stuff. I need to continue to make spicy pace changers with inanimate objects or something else. And they're gonna have to, I mean, the hardest part, keeping interesting level design. That's definitely it in Robobot's best strength, is its variety and level design. But I think going for more of a sandboxy-ish, free exploration, not free exploration, but kind of an exploration thing, where you focus on the usage of powers a touch more, just fits Kirby well. You know, it's not a deep series, so it's best to utilize all of what you have a little bit better, and I think exploration just fit. So, music was cool enough, a good length. I 100% of the main game and did some post game as well. We did all the mini games to completion. I got all the trophies I could get that weren't from the gacha. For the most part, maybe I missed one or two, who knows, in the post game. And it took me about 16 to 18 maybe hours. It's the longest Kirby game. If you just wanted to run through it, it'd probably take you like less than that. You do need to get a certain amount of the Waddle Dees to move on though, just like with Return to Dreamland and on. So, yeah. That's it. Well, not it. We're still gotta go for a while, but that's all of them placed. Superstar Stacker's not in here. I couldn't play the other two that I wanted to, and these don't count. It's a original version of a game with less content and then a port, just slightly more maybe content. I got too many games to play those just to say I literally played every game. Right? More about the conversation of it than literally saying I played every single fucking, you know. Yeah, so what we're gonna do now is go back through each tier, place them in order within the tier of which ones I think are the best. This part doesn't take that long. It's very, I mean, it's super arbitrary. It's just like whatever flaky, whimsical feeling I've got going on. I'll just place one game above another one, right? I think the bigger swings, you know, from the top of B to the bottom of the B have more meaning We'll just do it for fun. We'll start at the bottom. What's the worst Kirby game? This is probably the bottom tier here. I think Amazing Mirror, even though it's got annoying level design, shitty bosses, horrible Metroidvania map, and just poor execution of the concept, and back to Dreamland gameplay, is still, it plays. I mean, it's still, Dreamland wasn't bad, right? I mean, it's still fun enough to go kill shit, right? It's, you know, I mean, you play it to complete, you're not like dying. And then as you go, you know, okay, now it's free to play, it's got a bunch of issues. And then it's about the Battle Royale, which is actually getting boring, and then it's these really crappy $7 games. It's better than these. I would say, yeah, DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe is the worst Kirby game. The worst full-price Kirby game, though, is Kirby Battle Royale. For sure. I think Amazing Mirror is a hot take for me, apparently, but whatever. C tier, yeah, we'll just go with that. My justification is, I think I like the friends. They're fun. They're cute. They have a lot of charm. I think it's a really cool way of mixing up the powers for how old it is. This is, you know, the third mainline Kirby game, so at the time it's really cool. We ever clear a pinball board? I don't remember. I watched so many people clear them afterwards. I don't remember if I actually did. I watched the speedruns. I cleared the pinball boards in Mass Attack. I remember that because we did it recently. I don't remember if we did actually. I don't think I beat DDD because you have to do all 3 in a row. Yeah. I mean, I know I've seen all the bosses to completion, but I don't know if I actually did them all. Definitely not in a row for DDD. But we played the whole fucking thing. Yeah, the Mass Attack pinball was fun. The Mass Attack completion's a bit easier to do though, because bosses keep their HP. But yeah, Dreamland, I like what it does. I like where it innovates. It just kind of has shitty level design on Dreamland 2 a bit, but it's still cute enough. It's got a lot of charm. Triple Deluxe, too sterile. It's got too many issues for where it is in the series. I feel like I could place Pinball higher though. My justification with Kirby Pinball is that when you compare it to the amount of pinball games nowadays and how good some of these pinball games are, I can really appreciate the innovation it had back then, but I don't know if it stands up to the same level as a lot of other shit. I could definitely respect having Pinball Land higher. I don't think it was bad. I think it was fun, but maybe I got spoiled a bit playing after Mass Attack Pinball. I think too much of what makes Kirby Pinball Land good is kind of just how it was different for how old it was, not really the raw feel of the pinball and the board layouts and stuff, but I mean, I'm no pinball whiz. Yeah, definitely like the Star. It's more like pinball, yeah. I liked the gamey side to Pinball Land. I liked the bosses and stuff. I think a bit more permanence of health. I think a bit less to the bottom of each board's too repetitive across the board. Like, there's always just a dude block in the middle that you have to do shit to, and he lets you up. And it's just, I mean, for 3 boards, a lot of them kind of get samey. The visuals aren't that great. I mean, it is Game Boy, but you know, that's a lot of the fun of pinballs. There's a lot of crazy visuals going on and the feel of it. I think a bit more permanence between the mini boards would be nice. You know, if you cleared the bottom, it stays that way for a few minutes, and the boss, you know, you can make your way back up to him and he's still got his health, and then you chain to the next board. And I think there's some cool ideas there. I just think in execution it's just a little more annoying than it needed to be sometimes. Yeah. Sonic Pinball, I need to play that. I mean, I liked Kirby Pinball Land. For me, it's just, yeah, there's just a lot of pinball out there. And I don't think it leverages Kirby very well. Also, so it doesn't have that going for it. It's just the aesthetics of Kirby, right? I mean, there's not like power usage or the gameplay. I mean, there's boss fighting. You do fight the bosses, and I don't know. I mean, it's good. I would recommend it as a retro pinball game, absolutely. But yeah, it wasn't grabbing me enough to want to clear every board in a row. Or DDD or whatever. Just playing through the boards was enough. And I'm talking about it because I'm trying to decide if I want to move it around a bit. I mean, I respect it more than Triple Deluxe, but I think Triple Deluxe is probably a bit better. It's definitely more of a tighter experience than Star Allies and Tilt and Tumble. Tilt and Tumble's too gimmicky and too much of a fucking roller coaster mess sometimes. And this is just in so you gotta remember, this is also just in comparison to each of them. These could just not exist, dude. Like, they could just literally say nothing. I don't. This is not me saying S tier in this is the same as S tier in another series. I'm literally just using this as a way to break them apart and not just put them in a row. So, I mean, that's kind of part of it. I don't think Pinball Land's actually a fucking, like, C or D game. Maybe a C. Might be a C+ game. I don't really rate games. I just like comparing and talking about them. I'm still moving stuff around. It's kind of why we're still talking about some of these in so much depth. So this tier, big man. There's a lot in here. There's a bell curve going on. These always end up with some kind of like bell curve thing, dude. I don't know why. Just pure chance. But do I think all of these are better than these? For what they do. I mean, I've got my reasons, yeah. I would say so. I'm comparing them all to Dreamland Two. I mean, Canvas Curse is iffy. If that's actually, like, better than Dreamland 2. It's very different. I like what it does conceptually a lot. Execution, it's decent. I think it has a few things to fix, but same with Dreamland 2. I mean, Kirby's Dreamland has obviously worse gameplay than a lot of these, but it's the influence, it's just fucking the sheer charm and the music and all that. A bit more focused. Everything else, I mean, kind of where I place is here still. Yeah. Anyways, let's move these around a bit. That'll be at the bottom. Block ball. And I respect that pick for sure. I mean, Dreamland's just solid and clean. I mean, like I said, they take from Dreamland like everything and use it for the rest of the series. Like, and there's a damn good reason for it. It's a lot of charm, great presentation. I mean, all your music, fucking Wispy, all the fucking DD, all these guys. They're obviously very fun. They stay that way. They keep using them forever. So, and because it is just shooting stars, the bosses are some of the most fun too in the series. The powers are a lot of fun sometimes, but it makes bosses a lot less interesting. Just shooting stars at bosses has always been more fun, and that's all you do in this one. I just don't like the raw platforming enough, but I don't think that gets better in the other ones really. They just put more pizzazz and fucking shit into the levels to mask it. Yeah, no shit. I feel like some of this is, I feel like, what should I do over what I'd actually do. But like I said, Dreamland's still clean. I think Dreamland 3 is still a clean game. It's a bit bloated on the dudes, but I mean, visually it looked nice. It was entertaining enough. I don't really care for the true end unlock. Kind of tedious. Return to Dreamland is fun. It's got the fun superstar powers. Alright, Squeak Squad is fun, and it has Dreamland powers. This is the thing about playing a series and having a lot of things placed based on release date and history, and having those kind of matter. So in a fucking vacuum, right? I mean, Kirby's Return to Dreamland is more fun than these two games. It just is. It's got better gameplay. The level design's more fun. But it's also a fucking Wii game that's been copying the same shit for fucking ever, and it's just copying Superstar. So it's hard to really be like, you know, like I think Return to Dreamland has issues where these do not in their respective like time periods, but like as just an experience. In a way, it's more fun. It's a weird one. I'm not gonna go too hard on this part. This, like I said, getting into the nitty gritty of which one of these is better than the other one it's very arbitrary. To an even greater extent than it already is. Yeah, exactly. yeah. I mean, that's part of it. Because the reason Dreamland 3 is in this tier is because Superstar came out right before it, right? I mean, Dreamland 3, you know, if Superstar hadn't come out, yeah, maybe we'd place it higher. But I think Dreamland 3 is kind of shitty in a lot of ways because, I mean, Superstar just evolved the series and then they just go back. Just cause. And it's just like, I mean, that was a big part of why I thought, you know, it was kind of shittier. And I think that matters. I mean, comparing each game in like a completely closed off bubble, like, that would, I mean, that's a different tier list. Well, not completely, but there is definitely some in here that would be different. I think things the old ones objectively still get better, stuff like the charm and the art style, lack of gimmicks, stuff like that. That still shines through. Music's better, right? Where the newer ones, they just copy the gameplay, but you know, they probably have equal level design, and outside of like Robobot and shit, that's actually got it right. So it's like, I mean, they do compare objectively. There's just a bit of coloring here from me looking at it through like history, and I think that's fair. I think that's what's fun about doing a series thing. You should expect the series to get better or mix it up, or you know, if it's gonna do the exact same thing, I hope it already has worked, and I don't think it already works in hardly any of these games to keep copying it. Anyways, Jesus, I need to turn down the music or something. We've probably gone through the soundtrack, like, it's not super long. It's just background music. This tier. Yeah. And I'll get into that when we talk about the series as a whole for sure, but yeah. It's like, in a vacuum, yes, I can say, you know, Return to Dreamland or Triple Deluxe, technically, other than the gimmicks, those artworks has better gameplay than Superstar, right? But they came out like 15, 16 years later. And it's almost identical gameplay, right? Like, can you really give them? I mean, yes, in a vacuum, you could say, oh, we finally got Superstar again, but it's like, Superstar's not flawless. I would just say it's a good game. I don't even think it's a great game. There's not many Kirby games I think are great. Like that's my thing. It's just like, it's hard to really be like, yeah, you know, this one's the same tier just because it's the same. Yeah, it's like, the same game after 16 years. Like, that's just not how it works, man. I think it's too important to think about where it falls and how much time it's been in a series comparison here. Easy. Send me this picture of this fucking dying bird. He's not actually dying, he looks very depressed. What owl? That's bird, yeah. Open it up, I guess. Apparently go to the wet owl. Alright, let's do the next one. Yeah. I don't even know. I mean, how do you compare Nightmare and Dreamland to Adventure? They're the same game with the slight touch up in visuals. These are just gonna be a pair, okay? It's literally, I mean, this is Kirby's Adventure. Like, that's literally what it is. It's a remake. It's been a while since I picked Yarn. I really like what Kirby's Dream Course does conceptually, enough that I almost want to place it just higher. I just think that the execution of it sometimes a little wonky. Epic Yarn's pretty damn solid. Star Stacker, Super Star Stacker is always just really fun. The level of iconic shit and influence that Adventures had on the entire series, how novel it was for the time, and how it's still, I mean, the same gameplay for, I mean, you know, for most of the series. I mean, even up to Forgotten Land, it's the same shit. It's in 3D. I feel like that being there is important, but like it's also just pretty fun. I mean, it's fast. It's a very short game, but I mean, the level design's not too bad. The world map's a cool thing. There's nice little bonuses on there for you to do. It looks great, especially for NES. GBA version, it's not bad. Star Stack, Superstar Deckers was really fun. Oh yeah, I didn't even like justify any of this, did I? I mean, maybe I'll try this. Just fucking blowing shit out of my ass. I like Dream Course. I don't think it's a low A. I think these are all just like, you know, solid A's in this comparison. Solid whatever this is. I'm talking about A's. I'm too used to looking at them from earlier. I think Dream Course just got some issues. It's not bad. It's up at the top. Yeah, down here it was just like, I mean, this game, Squeak Squad, it's fun. The level design's a bit better. There's a lot more speed, but it's still Dreamland 3 powers, or you know, adventure powers, I should say. I always say Dreamland, because Dreamland 3 was the last time they used them. But it had friends, so it's literally adventure powers. It doesn't even have the friends. It's even older. But with a slightly bit of better levels. It's got cooler collectibles, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's still the same old shit. Air Ride has some really cool novel stuff. It's a neat spin-off on the series, but I don't think it's a great racer, so like, I don't think it's as solid of a game as Return to Dreamland. But I do think for what this does in concept, it's more interesting than what this doesn't do anywhere. This is just pretty touchers. I like the shit talk, and it's fun to learn, but this is a good $7 game. Didn't get old. It's just fine for $7. It's a good $7. Like Block Ball kind of gets old. The power shit kind of gets annoying. Canvas Curse just needed some button changes. How does that make? I'm just kind of like briefly saying what I think about them. How is that worse than Block Ball? I don't think it is. I think Block Ball just needed just to own the powers and have you use those for an entire world each time, and visually change the style of the worlds that are just on the world map. Other than some button shit, maybe using a bit more mechanics, Canvas Curse is fine. Anyways. Alright. The best Kirby games. My god. Okay, there it is. I like Kirby 64, man. I like the music, I like the presentation, I think the combo powers are neat. Step. I think there's some cool places to use them. I think the platform, the levels change almost every level visually. It's really cool variety and presentation. The bosses are pretty neat. I mean, yeah, some of the mixed power stuff can be kind of wonky, but it's cool to experiment with. I guess a bit's 100%, but comfy time. I mean, I like that old polygon shit. You know, maybe you call it nostalgic. Maybe I just like, you know, I like the color. I like the simple polygons and shit. It just looks nice. It gives it a very, I don't know. Definitely got a very Kirby, bubbly, happy kind of feel. Still got charm. I think it's good. I think Forgotten Land was really fun to explore. I mean, just the sheer fact that I actually wanted to do it all makes it immediately just better than everything here. I did not want to do everything in almost all these games. I mean, I finished them all, and I explored every little feature at least a bit, you know, and just fucking like barely touch it. Well, I mean, I barely touched Kirby Fighters. Look, we did one arcade playthrough. It's going to be the same arcade playthrough with a different power. I mean, trying not to just be like arbitrarily exhaustive about the whole series, right? I mean, like, I think we got. I feel like reasonably got the idea. Try to hit credits everywhere we could, at the minimum. But in Forgotten Land, I just want to do more. It was actually fun. Just wanted to play more. You know, that's kind of what you want when you're playing a game. You just want to have fun with it and enjoy it. Too many of these was just like, oh yeah, this is cool for no credit. I'm like, that's not really a sign of an amazing game, right? Superstar Ultra still holds up well. I think the format with all the little different mini games is a little iffy, but I think for the most part it lets them explore a lot of different shit. Doing all the crazy powers was really neat. I think it still places it high up in the series, and for all that variety and for when it did it, and all the ultra content, I'd put it above Robobot. Robobot's a very clean 4 to 5 hour platformer campaign. There's not any fat there. It's fun. It changes the pace a lot. But one, it's not. It's still kind of copy paste in Return to Dreamland, which is copy pasting Superstar a little bit. So in a lot of ways, it's hard to be like completely balls out for it. I think what it does with level design and variety is really cool for the series. It's not just remixing all the same old shit the whole time. It does, but it remixes different stuff than usual. It does more Kirby 64, which is kind of cool. Visuals are a bit more different than usual, but it does have a lot of that same gameplay. It takes it easy on the gimmicks, but point is, I don't think it's a big enough step, and I don't think there's not really much else to say on it, is there, actually? But like, man, I just don't think it's as good as Kirby Superstar Ultra. I think it's close. It's fun. I just like what Superstar does better. Like what Robobot tries to do is have more varied visuals, introduce a cool new big gimmick with the robot, be very over the top, and just kind of deliver like a solid campaign, where Superstar really tries to take Kirby and throw him in a bunch of different shit, and most of it sticks. And I think 20 something years later, Robobot doesn't have as much of that dream. It just has finally took the copy paste and put it through the funnel for long enough that they finally came out with a good game. Like, that's kind of how Robobot is. It's not that they've really gone out of their way like Forgotten Land to really do something different. It's just, they've fine-tuned something that really should have been fine-tuned a million years ago. So anyways, downloaded it. I'm going to save this. I think that's the tier list. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the series. I mean, this is all off the cuff, so don't expect anything crazy, man. Never expect anything crazy. That way I could do anything and be within acceptable parameters. Where did I put the other tier list? I have no idea. I saved another one at some point. What was it? Document. No idea. I'm gonna find this, man. Was it stream? Yeah. I saved some tier lists. There was only one. We haven't done many of these. Getting tired of hearing the Kirby Epic Yarn soundtrack though, man. I think it's worked great for this, but yeah. What tier list did we do recently other than the VN one? We did one like this at some point. What was it? Let me remember. I don't remember. I mean, like, we just kind of do these for fun. I'm not like, you know, showing these off to a lot of people. There was another one we did. Ah, the banjo level. That's what it was. That was fun. Let me see if I can just find that banjo. Oh, it saves this as my image. Okay, yeah, there we go. I didn't change the name on the banjo one. Just in miscellaneous. Let me make a tier list folder. That was fun. So we will add to this in the future. Once I do the other two, because I would like to do the full thing, and it's always fun. But anyways, the whole series, thoughts on the whole series, man. It's all right. that's kind of the take. I think there's some really cool moments. I think there's some good games in there. But I think as a whole, the series is just very kind of flatline. It's just kind of, it's all right, man. It kind of wishy-washy. I think one of the big problems with the series is that it never truly, dude. What, with all the Nobunaga's Ambitions games, dude? Do we do those, or just the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? How many of that Dev's games do I need to play? Yeah, I need to read all the books and shit too, so I can fully relate it all back to history and myth and all that. But yeah, I think one of the biggest problems is I don't think it ever completely sticks the landing. So this is more talking with the main series. We could talk about spin-offs. It's a little different, right? But I don't think it ever fully sticks the landing on gameplay for how much it copies it between each game. I don't think the platforming has ever hit a point where it's just super fun to just run and jump and just use some of the powers. Whether it's the actual feeling of it, the floaty feel of it, whether it's the speed, whether it's just the fucking level design that lets you use the powers. I don't think it ever fully hits the point. It's always interesting. I don't think it's bad, but it's never really like that fun, right? Compared to some of the, you know, all these other platformers out there, right? And it could be better. And they make some improvements over time, which is cool. They try different things, right? And it's okay to have light mechanics if you're gonna expand on level design, expand on variety. You know, you get the friends now. Oh, now you get actual powers. Oh, now the powers have more depth. And that's actually expanding mechanics, but and then it kind of just stopped for like the whole series. Kirby 64 kind of tries to mix it up a little bit. This is mainly just talking mainline, which would be like Triple Deluxe, Star Allies, Superstar Ultra, Kirby's Adventure, Dreamland 1, 2, 3, 64, Squeak Squad, Return to Dreamland, stuff like that, you know. I just don't, it's just not satisfying enough to play half the time. I just don't. There's either not enough like weight to it, enough speed to it. The level design just doesn't make use of enough stuff. And like I said, I think it's cool for a while, but they really needed to start shaking it up. focus and Robobot needed to happen like 10 years before it came out, man. Like, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, look at that. I mean, look at like Dreamland compared to like Dreamland 3. How many years is that? I mean, 1992 to late 97, so 5 years there. And you get powers, you get some new allies and stuff. That's not horrible. But the thing is, Super Mario Bros. 1, I feel like works a little bit better than Dreamland 1 works. So it kind of needed to do a bit more heavy lifting. I still think the beginning games, it's not as bad. I mean, I think that's a really good comparison for later in the series. But I think in the beginning, I mean, Dreamland, he's not doing powers yet. And then they're like, whoa, now we're going to do this powers thing. That's a pretty big difference, right? That's a pretty big mix-up. Then they're like, oh, we're going to have powers, but now you have friends, and each of the friends has, different powers. And that's a pretty big mix-up. Dreamland 3, they just kind of add a few more powers and co-op, which, I mean, is big for the time. I think your bigger problem back then is that Superstar adds a lot of mechanical depth and a really interesting format to play in, all the different mini games and mini campaigns. And then like that feels like a big step, right? We're going, it's like we're I don't say Link's Past Ocarina of Time, but it's a big step, it's a big difference. And then they kind of go back. If Superstar didn't exist, Dreamland 3 I feel like would fit just fine. But until Kirby 64, but it doesn't. Superstar does exist, so for me it's a lot more, it's less about the beginning and a lot more about post 64, where they just start resting on their laurels. Kirby's, they love him for his he's cute and the simple gameplay, and like you can have simple gameplay and still have it be fun. I mean, Kirby Forgotten Land is super simple and it's fun, right? Robot's simple and it's fun. Like, I don't need every game to be fucking, like, super hard, crazy shit with, like, fucking DMC, like, levels of fucking, moves and combos and shit. Like, that's not the idea. I just think that once you get going through this series, he loses a lot of his charm. He's no little skits with his friends. He's not as expressive. The bad guys don't even talk anymore. I mean, Jesus, in Forgotten Land, DDD turned into a fucking thumb, and he doesn't even speak. It's still a great game, but like, I mean, it loses a lot of its charm. It starts getting that new Super Mario Bros. Kind of like sterilization. They add lore and stuff way in the back, which is cool, but he just was more fun. It was more interesting. He had a lot more personality, and they could tell they had probably more fun with it back then. With that, and they don't want to divert from the formula too much in the main games, right? It's gotta be just like Dreamland for, Amazing Mirror and Squeak Squad and all that. And then they're like, oh, well, I guess we'll bring back Superstar. It's been 14 years. Well, then they copy Superstar for 3 games, right? And it's Return to Dreamland. It's Planet Robobot. It's Triple Deluxe. And while, they finally got it right with Robobot, it's not because of the raw mechanics. They got it right in the level design and the presentation. It's still Superstar outside the robot. So it's like, and then you do fucking Star Allies, and then they fall backwards, and it's still Superstar, except with some Ultra, because Meta Knight's in there and a few other dudes, right? It's just and I really say Super Mario Bros., but mechanically 2D Mario was basically figuring out Super Mario Bros. 3, and that was like 3 years. Yeah, I mean, even then, look at like Yoshi's Island or something. I mean, that completely is totally different from like how Super Mario World works, and they were still finding ways to still be Mario, but like iterate, spice it up. And I still think they iterate and spice up old Kirby. I just think when you hit the Dreamland 3 Superstar moment, the series doesn't know how to keep getting better. I mean, it's 64 gets better. They mix it up again, but then they kind of go back. Once it gets on handhelds again, they look back to their SNES games. They look back, to the past, and they just do that. And then you're getting like our generation who's like, you know, growing up on that. Everybody's like, oh, I love Kirby, Amazing Mirror and all that. And then they just kind of keep doing it. It's not as bad as like a Pokemon situation, but it kind of stifles it. Because I don't think Kirby ever truly stuck the landing up. And I really think there's a lot of potential there to be really fun. And have a lot of depth. And not at the cost of, you know, that casual feel. I think the problem with having a series completely focused on being maybe more casual is that they can never find this like middle ground where it's still easy to get into and easy to maybe beat, but has a lot of mechanical depth to do it better. I would use like a 3D platform as a good example. Take like a Mario Sunshine or something. Very easy to beat Mario Sunshine or, you know, Odyssey. But if you really use all your abilities and really go crazy and use them in all these crazy places, you can kind of freestyle, you can kind of get better, and there's a lot of depth there if you want it. But then you could also compare it to like a Rayman Origins or Tropical Freeze or something, where it just straight up, you know, just has more levels for you to do stuff that's really hard, or it, you know, it explores mechanics in way greater depth. You know, it really wants you to learn and get better at the stuff, and you don't have to do it, but Kirby just doesn't. It just doesn't mess with that, man. All the games are like fucking 5 hours too, man. Like, you know, there's just all these other games that are kind of like raising the bar around Kirby, and Kirby's just cool to just stand, and that's totally fine. I'm not dogging anybody like Kirby, by the way. By all means. There's much worse shit, I mean, somebody to be a fan of, and I think you should like whatever you like. It doesn't matter what I say, right? I think Kirby's totally fine to like. I mean, it's not bad. I don't dislike Kirby. I like it just fine, but yeah, I don't know. It's just took that, yeah. And I mean, I agree with you there. I mean, I don't think it's as bad as how you're making it. I definitely think after that point it is, but yeah. A good way to play it is a way I didn't really feel about any Kirby game. And I think that's my thing, is I just don't feel about any Kirby. A lot of Kirby games just kind of, you play them and you're like, yeah, I just played a Kirby game, right? Like when I did Dreamland 2, I was like, okay, that was Dreamland 2, and then we kind of just moved on, you know? It just didn't hit in any way big, and it's like I can appreciate the evolution in the beginning, but you know, meanwhile, you know, yeah, you go play Mario Bros. 1 and like that still hits pretty okay, right? Like, or Mario World. And it's doing a different thing, and that's going to be the justification. And I think that's fine, but you could still do a different thing and make it more fun, or at least evolve it, right? Meta Knight, we need to talk about Meta Knight. He just got lamer and lamer throughout the series, really. He was like a fun enemy, but then he had like dialogue and Superstar, and now he just kind of appears to look cool. And they gave him more like wings or whatever. He's like almost forgettable now. He's just this guy they prop up, they bring out just to like everybody can clap and be like, hey, it's Meta Knight, he was in Smash, he's really cool. And then like they don't do anything with him. Hell, even DDD in Forgotten Land is just pretty much that. He has like one cool scene where he actually like saves one of his Waddle Dees. And like that's it. He's just literally there just to clap. And that's where luckily Forgotten Land doesn't go too hard into that. It doesn't whack itself off too much. I think that's another problem with the series, is it's the same enemies the whole fucking series. Krakow, Wispy, which I don't mind Wispy. All the little enemies, the bomb guy, the Waddle Dees, every fucking mainline game has all of these boys in them. They might have a few extras in there, but all these fellas are in there, right? I mean, yeah, the Goombas are in Mario. It's fine to a certain extent. But it's like, there's just so much of the same thing. All the music. I thought we were getting like original music in Amazing Mirror, and then I go back and watch one of the old games, and it's the same music. And I'm like, all the fucking enemy designs, most of the bosses, almost all the fucking music for a very large portion of the series is Adventure and Dreamland 1. It's not bad stuff, and I don't mind reusing them and remixing them. I mean, they remix the Mario 64 music and the original stuff all the time in other Mario games, but for 90% of your new soundtrack to just be like, hey, it's just the same. And there's a point where you're being too irreverent to the old games, man. Like, 64 was cool because it doesn't do that at all. I mean, it's got a few songs like Where May Race and shit in there again, which is totally fine. It's good usage of it. But like, I mean, there's a point where it's like you don't want to play the exact same game. Nobody wants to play the exact same game again. You would just go play that game again, right? Like, and that's kind of the problem, is like it's a little too much, right? And it feels like there's just not enough of a dream there in a lot of those, not enough of a vision. So that's a problem. The powers, it's the same deal. No. By giving an image that tells you you're dreaming, I feel like it's sort of an unreal thing tacked on. It's because he's so edgy. He contrasts everything really weird. I don't mind Meta Knight because he's fun when you actually get to use him. But yeah, the King Thumb DDD it's like, whoa. That was the most like, whoa, what the... Because that's the thing, is if you're going to parade DDD around forever, which is fine, they do with Bowser, at least don't fuck up his design. His old design is so expressive and it looks great, and I mean, it's obviously iconic. It's been around forever that people love him. I liked him more as a character after the series. Especially in the early games when he actually had a personality, but then like they just, what the fuck was Forgotten Land, man? He got dogied, dude. Like straight up, he got dogied, man. It was fucking bad. So yeah. The thing is, on the flip side, I don't think their Kirby games hit like super low point. There's some shit Kirby games. Don't let anybody tell you there's no bad Kirby games. They're fucking bullshitting you. That's not right. Go play Battle Royale. Kirby Clash maybe. Team Fighters Deluxe. DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe. Honestly, Amazing Mirror. Like, these are not great. I would say that, especially Battle Royale, is bad. But for the most part, I mean, look how many games are kind of, you know, I mean, it's a solid enough thing, right? You're not going to be bored playing Kirby games, but you might be kind of worn out. You might be kind of like, you know, I really wish they would go a little harder, you know? Really, I want to see Kirby hit its peak, right? Keep going. Like with Pokemon, they really need to push the envelope, right? I mean, this reminds me of like a AAA thing, right? Like they just got to play it safe the whole time. And, you know, we give AAA games, you know, like Horizons and stuff shit for that, but like, what about Kirby? Luckily, they mixed it up with Forgotten Land, so good. Yeah, I like that DDD. So that's kind of what I think on the main line. What's really interesting about the Kirby series, though, is all the spin-offs, man. Holy fuck, man. I don't know if there's any series, maybe except Mario, that has truly... What are these? I don't know if I can't get a preview. I'll check. That has as much variety to the halberd, man. And the fucking Robotnik shit, man. Yeah. But yeah, that has as much fucking like spin-off variety. That isn't all throwaway games, right? It's actually pretty crazy. Hey, later, Cold. I'll see you again, man. Good having you. But yeah, the spin-off variety is great. I mean, they've made it really entertaining to do like a full series playthrough. You know, stuff like Mass Attack mixes it up a lot. Dream Course. I mean, the thing is, they are spin-offs. They're not iterating on the core formula ever. Maybe Epic Yarn kind of does. They're far removed enough where I don't think, you know, you're gonna have very separate people who care about, you know, them, or You know, you could safely say that nobody considers Dream Course a main Kirby game or something, right? It's not the core Kirby experience that people buy it for. Doesn't mean it's bad. But I think, yeah, they do a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, that's definitely where they experiment the most. You know, Canvas Curse is like just a drawing game. You're getting Brick Breaker mix-ups. There's fucking, you know, Smash clones, rhythm games, racing games, pinball, fucking little RTS things. Said mini golf. There's Puya Puya. There's like Dark Mario type of shit. I mean, there's a lot of variety there. You know, like free to play shit. And I gotta respect it for that. It's very interesting. Oh, yeah, Tilt game. I mean, very interesting to explore the whole series because you check out all of these just different genres it goes for. And I think in that respect, it doesn't, you know, have any of those weird problems, or it doesn't obviously change anything up because it's totally different. I think they iterate on cool stuff like, you know, Block Brick Breaker and all that in interesting ways. It's usually just kind of surface level. They just take Kirby's aesthetics and slap it in something that exists. But in stuff like Mass Attack, they try to be a bit more unique, and I think they make some cool stuff for it. I don't think any of the spin-offs truly ever hit the highest highs, but and you look through here, most of the spin-offs are mid-range to high, right? No, not most of them, a lot of them. I mean, there's a lot of spin-offs that suck too, but it's not all bad, right? It's like with Mario, there's not all bad spin-offs, but there's a lot of variety there. I think that makes it really cool. It's really hard to compare those and talk too much about them and compare in relation to the main series. I mean, yes, they're a lot of the times overly reverent to Adventure and Dreamland 1, but I mean, they're also spin-offs. They're of course going to pull the most fan servicey shit. That's totally not a big deal. But they do cool stuff with it. I think Dream Course is a great example of taking Kirby's formula and putting it in a cool spin-off kind of box. Some of the other ones are like very far removed from Kirby, but it works. Yeah. So I think the history of spin-offs in it is neat, and I think most of them are first party, or they're HAL at least. I think they start to get shittier recently, sadly. Yes, my friend. Yes, I did it. Sorry, I didn't respond. But yeah. The spin-offs are decent. I mean, that's what I gotta say. There's a lot of variety there. I think it makes a series playthrough fun enough, because you're not just playing the main line, which gets pretty stale. You're playing, you know, Brick Breaker and stuff. Feeling what? Me just sitting there fucking brain blasted, or what? What do you mean? Yeah, so it's hard to, yeah, really, like I said, draw the spin-offs back into the overall series. There's not a whole lot of comparisons to make with the mini golf game to the main line. There's not a development there. It's really just what they pull and put into it and the quality of it. Oh, yeah. Hey man, it can't be helped. That's like the most popular pinball spin-off, right? Is Sonic Pinball. It's the one most people would know. Yeah. What else could we say about the entire series? I mean, like I said, overall, I don't think it's a bad series. I think it's just very wishy-washy. More wishy-washy than people give it credit, or people give it, that's really it. yeah, the stuff like there's no bad Kirby games. They're all good. They're just not all great. They're not all good. Most of them are just okay. Probably play a few more games if you think all of these are good, man. I think most Kirby games are very forgettable. They're totally fine way to spend some time, fun enough. I don't think you're a fucking idiot or anything for enjoying them. I enjoyed them. I enjoyed doing this whole thing. If I hated playing them all, I wouldn't fucking have done it. But yeah, I think it just doesn't evolve enough in the main line. The stuff that people really go for until recently, until the fucking most recent game, does it really mix things up enough since 64. And even back then you could say it didn't do enough, but and that, like, that wouldn't be a problem if I thought it was clean enough on the first entry. But I just don't think it's fun enough, even from Dreamland to Superstar, to really just copy that formula over and over, right? Like, would you rather copy, like, a block of shit over and over? This is such a weird... Or a bar of gold, right? You know, that's kind of what I mean. Like, you'd rather the shit be something else before you start copying it, right? Like, that's kind of the idea. Block of shit's way too exaggerated. I don't think Kirby's, like, shit, but... Like, they're not copying something that I think is at the point where you could just copy it with minimal changes between each game and just call it good, right? Like, oh, Kirby Kirby Adventure was so good, we're gonna reuse the bosses, every enemy, every power, hell, the visuals of the stages, the mechanics, everything, except put them in a slightly different level design, and like, no, it's not that good, dude. Like, Jesus Christ, it is not that good. And they just should not want to do that anyways, it's not that fun, man. And they don't in the beginning, like I said. So yeah, other than that, I think the series has had a drop-off. It's gotten too sterile, it's lost its charm, the spin-offs have gotten worse. They're kind of back on the up. I would not say Robobot is back on the up because Star Allies happened, but I hope they take Forgotten Land, stop making spin-offs for a bit, really put some dev time into Forgotten Land 2, expand on the MR, more powers, more depth, a bit more movement tech, really nice creative, level design, fun exploration, not just, you know, filler shit. Good pace changers, you know, put the shmup section in there if you got to, do whatever. Bring back expressive Kirby, bring back expressive DDD and Meta Knight doing shit. Go crazy. Let me play some other characters, man, for fuck's sakes. I'll do anything, man. Give Kirby some real stuff, man. You know, like they do all these, like, they dip their toes. Oh, it's gonna be Kirby, but I'm a Metroidvania, and then they put one toe in, and like that's it, man. That's just so weak. Anyways, if there's anything else you guys want to talk about, I know I've been a little circular and repetitive probably with the series talk. It's kind of like, what do I talk about with the whole series? I just kind of, it's like what I think about the whole thing and why. If there's something specific you guys want to hit up, please bring it up. I thought I played them all. Q&A, I've played all the fucking Kirby games except Rainbow Curse and shit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it could just be whatever. I don't care. You bring up anything you want to talk about. It was really fun to do. We're saying it was crazy, but I just had fun with it. I don't know. Like, I mean, like I said, I don't think any of them are like godly games, but I had fun doing it. And it's fun doing these conversations. I didn't make any like Kirby people really mad, in my opinion. But what's up, Sin? How was the rest of your stream? I was in there for a couple hours, but I needed to get on this. My throat's been kind of killing me, so I needed to do the tier list. I think other series have had worse falls from grace. I don't think it's when I'm saying there's problems. You gotta think in comparison. You know, I think stuff like Pokemon's fallen a lot harder. I think stuff like Animal Crossing's more sterile. You know, stuff like Paper Mario. Some of those Paper Mario spin-offs have gotten more standardized, like Paper Mario and stuff. Or more gimmick focused. There's a lot worse things that have happened in good series. Okay, got too tired to keep going. I finished yesterday on my channel. Oh, cool. I'm glad you had a good time. Yeah, I'm feeling kind of loose today. I'm getting sick. I don't know. We'll see. I'm glad you had fun. ESA is cool. Yeah, we've been on this for like 5 hours. I'm about done though. Drop back in F at 14. Couldn't get the last two of these played, but I plan on still doing them. Yeah, if anybody's got any takes, you want to type out a paragraph about what you think about the series, or favorite one, anything. This is the time, because while we'll talk about Kirby in some aspects, in the future, of course, this will be the big, you know, boom, everything. I mean, I'm down to talk about anything whenever, but you know, this is a good time. Low grade fever on for last year, that horrible wipe. Yeah, I don't know if I just slept weird, like my throat scratched up or something, but I've just got a very coarse throat. I mean, I talk for like 14 plus hours a day, but coarse. My sinuses are kind of fucked, and my eyes feel kind of weird and dried, and I've lowered my calories to 1400 for the last 2 weeks. I think that's starting to catch up a bit. Maybe I got like a lower immune thing. I have no idea. Well, hopefully you can get rested up and not be tired. I feel you though. But yeah, if any of the Kirby people have been around, I know we had Colders just in here. I appreciate all you guys who came in. We met some people for Kirby. I don't think a lot of people. Fresh faces, but people who did meet were cool. Definitely not the most psychotic community at all compared to some of the series playthroughs I've done. Sorta. I feel like I'm looking for some kind of capstone to this, but I don't know what it is. Kirby's alright, man. I don't think I would replay most of these. I don't think, and I look back upon these like, okay, really only the ones in the very top am I like, oh yeah. I mean, see, things, a lot of these are memorable, like Dream Course is memorable. A lot of the spells are memorable because of the novelty of them, but like the truly good stuff is up here, and this is stuff, you know, I would actually recommend people play. I think recommending anything else, you have to put a little caveat on top of it. This one's a really cool mini golf game, but it's got some issues, intuitiveness and, you know, presentation. The Mass Attack's really good, but it's got some bad core game mechanics. You know, I was like, you could be like, yeah, these are worth playing. Most Kirby games are worth playing. I would recommend a series playthrough. Why not? Well, except the